Alright, okay. Something new for today. Bring you massive value in every way, as I would say. As I would tell you, it's time to get into what I'm about to do. That is show you the app from yesterday. I want to show you the app that I created. And then I'm going to get into creating the new app. Go over some changes I made to the system. And implement some new files. Trying to make this setup like pro style, pro structure. Started out just kind of like, figuring it out as I go. Didn't know what I didn't know. Now that I'm starting to know what I didn't know, I'm able to implement what I didn't know into a professional file structure. And that file structure is just a part of the overall system. And every day gets me closer to my vision. So I'm going in right now, just make sure that we're good on the stream. Everything's looking right. Everything's looking clean. So what I have seen up until now is looking pretty good. So now I should get into what I made yesterday. So that is going to be what you're about to see right here. So more abundance every day, bringing you more value in every way. I made the Capital Buys app yesterday. And if you want to check it out for yourself, the link is in the description, in the YouTube description. I still have not figured out how to get these links into like the daily video on Twitch, but from what I understand, Twitch deletes these videos after like a short time anyway. So if you know an easy way, go ahead, let me know in the comments. But otherwise, yeah, I just want to start out giving thanks to everyone who gives me strength and support. And this is for everybody. This is not just for me. This is showing people how easily things can be if you put your mind to what you want to do, and then just stay consistent and follow through. So we got Capital Buys. Looking at this, this is to see what Congress is buying. I created this for beginner investors, but as my apps get better, I'm starting to realize a lot of features that I could include that are, valuable not only to beginners, but also to someone like myself who's been investing for a couple of years now, say like 5 to 10 years, I'd say really taking it seriously over the past like 5 years. So anyways, see what we got here is the first thing is what I usually have for each app is a ticker bar, so you can search any stock that you want. However, I think the main feature on this app is really going to be showing the recent purchases and recent sales. So it's going to list the basically the most recent purchases and recent sales, and essentially these sales and purchases are reported by Congress, because this is what Congress is buying. People in Congress, also like any of their friends and families that they're associated with, they all need to report it. So it becomes public knowledge. And as an investor, I mean, this can really help you a lot. And the main thing on here is, it's going to say how many days it's been since they actually made the trade. So the sooner it's been since the trade was made, the better. Because essentially, it's no secret that a lot of these guys get information that the public does not get. And from what I understand, like, don't quote me on this, but from what I understand, the politicians are not like subject to the same insider trading laws as like normal people. So if they have information and they act on it to trade, they can't get in trouble like, someone that has inside information that's just a normal person. Not really sure like how the rules go, fine print, but that's like kind of the sum of what I understand. So basically, like, you can see the first one, this person bought Amazon 5 days ago, and they spent over $1 million. They bought it themselves. and that gives it a very strong signal. So this is like more likely, you know, that they think Amazon is like more likely to go up based on like this signal right here. Then you got the sells right here. There's only like 2 sells that have happened in this last period. You got all the buys going down. It's a lot more buys. And underneath this, we got the knowledge base. So essentially, it's explaining to beginners or anyone else that wants to know, you know, what this information is, the Stock Act, the reason why all these trades are public, spousal trades. It's not just like the people themselves in the politicians themselves, but also their families that count, that have to report it. So that plays in the types of trades, the 45-day disclosure gap, which is essentially they have 45 days. Now that I see this, I'm realizing like this is kind of redundant to like what's in the Stock Act, so maybe I would change that later, but this isn't really that valuable as far as like the overall function of the app. So if people use it, then I would change it. And then I think one of the most important things is understanding like the conviction score. So this is gonna help people understand, you know, what makes it a stronger signal, what makes it more likelihood that that whatever stock they're buying is likely to go up, or whatever stock they're selling is more likely to go down. So it's going to be like the trade size, the ownership, the freshness, how quick it was. And then also at the top too, if you want to, you can just type in, like I'll type in Coinbase stock. And yeah, no trades found for Coinbase. So yeah, mostly like a lot of like the smaller stocks aren't going to be in here. So yeah, that's basically that. So I made yesterday. Um, looks like this is the demo mode right here. So yeah, essentially, I'm not sure why that's doing that. I thought I had it set up for the actual API key. So that's good to take a note that I can go back and check that. I'll just say like the capital buys in demo mode. All right, yeah. So here we go on to the next app, getting the process started. And I'm gonna be talking to Gemini. I got an idea, like a very like rough draft idea in mind of what I want to do for this next app. And I want to get into options. So I know like as far as beginners go, um usually like beginners don't get into options, but options, like everybody when they start options, they would be a beginner. So essentially this would be like beginners option tool. And I want to do something that's, I wouldn't say simple, but something that is like a first step for beginners to understand options. And essentially, yeah, I would recommend beginner investors to actually like understand just like the regular process of buying individual stocks first. That will make the whole process of options easier. So I'm going to have Gemini help me plan what I'm going to make today. I want to do a beginner investor app for options. I'm thinking something along the lines of the 3 different, I think they're called the Greeks, like the Theta and the Veda, and I can't remember the other one. But essentially what I want to do is something where, you know, a beginner can put in a stock and they could easily just like, you know, automate what it would look like through time with each of the three, I think they're called the Greeks, whatever they're called. And essentially, like, they could see, like, if they were to buy a certain option, and they could just like scroll like a tab or a bar across the screen, that would represent like what happens through time, or what happens if the stock goes up or down. Like, it would be one scroll for each one of the three different Greeks. What do you think of this idea? And do you think it's possible to make for an app? Saying it's a great idea. Options are usually terrifying for beginners because they look like a wall of math. But the idea of using scroll bars or sliders makes the math visual and tactile. I'm thinking of delta, gamma, and theta. Yeah, it's called the Greeks, so I was right about that. Just not the name of each one. The concept is the options time machine. Instead of showing a table of numbers like most options apps show for different like options ideas they could buy, I'm going to show basically a potential profit and loss gauge. The user can move 3 sliders to see the future. The price slider for the delta. What if the stock hits $150? Watch the gauge swing to green. The time slider is the theta. What if I hold this for 10 days? Watch the value melt away. The volatility slider, the vega. What if the markets get crazy or nervous? And then this would be like, watch the options price jump. So yeah, 100% possible. However, calculating a real-time option Greeks from an API is actually very expensive and complex. Okay, so that's good to know. The API might not be, especially for free, the best idea. So they're saying a pro solution. Since this is for beginners to visualize how it works, we don't need a $500 a month data feed. We can use a Black-Scholes mathematical model, a standard formula inside the code. The user inputs the current stock price. The code calculates the Greeks instantly. The sliders let the user play with the numbers. Okay, so yeah, basically what they're saying is like, it sounds like most of the APIs to get actual options info, you would need to get a paid tier. But if all I'm doing is essentially like letting people understand, what would happen if they were to buy an option, and like, how that would look over time with the 3 Greeks. Basically, this would be, I think, money for beginners, because it's gonna really let them know what they're getting into before they get into it. Because understanding options, I remember like I read one of those like options for dummies books when I first got into options, and after reading the book twice, like, I really didn't have that much better of an understanding. My understanding was still really basic, and it came down to like, I feel like me and most beginners with options like pretty much had to like trade them and make mistakes. But this would, I think, be almost like a paper trader, except like it's like instant results. So like you would learn way quicker with this. So I'd also definitely want to do what I did before, putting some kind of like education part at the bottom. So they're saying here's a structured breakdown. Uh, Basically like the plan that they're putting together. I'm gonna read this, and then I'll probably have it change it like I usually do if it's not aligned with my vision. So one is the aha moment, the large contract value meter that moves in real time as the user moves sliders for price, time, and volatility. So if I didn't say so before, each one of those Greek words, one of them represents like the price over time. One of them represents like what's going to happen with the option in regards to as time passes. And another one will represent what happens to the option price as far as, the volatility in the market going up or down. So the core features, we should create a Black-Scholes utility function to calculate option prices, build the options settings, card, strike price, expiration, current price, build 3 high impact sliders, price change percentage, days passing, volatility, build the profit loss gauge that reacts to these sliders, and then explanations like the education can do like theta, do like a melting ice cube for time decay. Basically, they're saying to use analogies to help explain this to beginners. And looking at this, the main thing I'm wondering is like, will there actually be a chart on this? Do you think it would make sense to, like, when you look up a stock with the ticker, to show the actual price chart for the stock? So I think that would be probably a good idea. They're saying it makes perfect sense, but with one major pro tip for the stream: use a sparkline or simple trading view widget. Adding a full interactive chart can sometimes be a rabbit hole. Could take like more than 2 hours of the stream just trying to fix the styling. Yeah, I mean that's what I was doing anyway, just trying to make a chart that like looks good. I don't need the like all the interactive parts on it. And why this would help: if the beginner sees the stock is currently at $150 on the chart, and if they move the price slider to say 170, they can visually see how far the stock has to climb to reach that profit. It'll help like put everything into context and make the time machine feel real. So yeah, going into the future with this one. And the vibe: nothing says finance app like a sleek candle or line chart. It instantly levels up the professional look of the UI. And I think for this one, candlestick chart is not necessary. Line chart is definitely sufficient. So the recommendation for the speed build way to do it: instead of trying to build a chart from scratch with a library like recharts, which takes a lot of setup, tell Claude to use the TradingView lightweight charts or a simple static image API. And then they put down a chart plan, and yeah, I've definitely done that before, where Claude and Gemini have recommended recharts and the charts look horrible, and then I have to end up going back and using like the TradingView lightweight, which is fine for right now because like I'm not monetizing this yet. I'm just putting it out to solve a problem essentially. And you know, if it solves that problem and people use it, and then that's awesome, then I can go and like put more work into it and then make like everything more legit for monetization, so it doesn't have like a TradingView logo on it. And then it would make more sense to get a paid API to upgrade the information. So basically they're saying like the aha moment is a large contract value gauge that reacts instantly to sliders. Above it, the live price chart shows the stock's current trend, so the user has a starting point for their simulation. There is the core features. Step 1, set up the UI shell with a search bar and a TradingView chart widget for the selected ticker. Step 2, create the Black-Scholes math engine to calculate the option price. Step 3, build the sliders using standard Tailwind radix components. And step 4, link the sliders to the gauge so it moves with the math. Add the knowledge station explaining the melting ice cube, or however I decide to explain it. And then they're giving me a prompt, but kind of okay, the main thing that I want to do before I actually put this plan down is find the main pain points for beginners and options, and make sure that I'm addressing the main pain points. So if those are not addressed, then I would want to like add something to this app to make that be the main function, is addressing the main pain points. All right, before I actually like make a final draft of the plan, what I want you to do is search the internet and find the main pain points when it comes to beginner investors in regards to learning options trading or buying options. So search the internet and let me know what you find. Based on the research, beginner options traders suffer from the three main knowledge gaps that the app can solve perfectly. Most beginners treat options like cheaper stocks and get wiped out because they don't understand that an option is a ticking time bomb. Here's a specific pain point the options time machine should address to be truly valuable. So the main pain point that beginners have, this makes sense, is the theta, which is like the time decay, like what happens to the value of an option over time. So yeah, I see how a lot of beginners don't understand that they need to understand the theta, because beginners will buy an option, the stock price stays the same, it just like, you know, basically like doesn't change, and then they're shocked to see their account balance dropping every day. So the solution is the time slider. I mean, yeah, that's already part of the plan. By moving it, they can see the ice cream melt. Yes, ice cubes and ice cream. Okay, seeing the value drop from 500 to 200 just by sliding the days past bar is a massive aha moment. Okay, yeah, so that was like already kind of baked into the plan. Now we got the OTM illusion, cheap versus value, the pain. Beginners gravitate towards cheap options, out of the money, that cost, you know, $10, thinking they can't lose much. In reality, these have a 90% plus chance of expiring worthless. So the solution, use a probability of profit indicator. When they pick a strike price far away from the current price, the app should show a likelihood of success meter that drops into the red. Problem 3, the IV crush. The volatility surprise. So beginners often buy options right before an earnings report. The stock moves in their direction, but the option price drops because the volatility collapsed after the news. So the solution is the Vega slider. Label it market nervousness. Yeah, the main thing is like, I think what they're saying is you know, have a, instead of saying like Vega and Theta, it should be like understanding, label it like what how a beginner would more likely to understand it. So this way, you know, if they slide it down, they can see their profit disappear even if the stock price goes up. All right, so yeah, I'm just gonna take down the main pain points, which number 1 is the theta trap, time decay. Okay. All right, so the main problem, slider bars, or I mean, the time decay, the time trap. The main solution is going to be slider bars and labels that are made for beginners to understand this stuff. And yeah, go ahead and gonna get the plan. So we got like a new updated plan to add this stuff in. Essentially, number one, the aha moment. That's the main thing. That is going to be, solve the main problem. The profit loss heat map or gauge that changes as the user slides the time and price. It proves that being right about a stock isn't enough. You have to be right about the time when it comes to options. Core features, step by step. Step one, the UI shell with the ticker search. A simplified line chart showing the stock's 30-day trend. Step two, the contract picker. User selects a strike price and expiration. Step three, the master sliders. So we got the price, the time, and nervousness, which is essentially the three Greeks. And step four, the results card, shows the estimated value and a simple break-even price. And part three, the friend explanations. So they're saying like explain like the theta, the delta, and the IV crush. Like the market was holding its breath. Now that the news is out, it's exhaling and your option value is shrinking with it. So just looking at that, I can't really think of anything else I would want to add. I think that does what I want to do, is solve the main problem. And it's beginner friendly, but it would also provide value to essentially anybody who is looking to get a quick explanation or a quick understanding of options. If they're going to make an options trade, this could really help anybody. So all right, I'm gonna have the all right, so far I like that plan. Go ahead and write out a detailed outline, step by step, for this plan. Okay, so before we build like how the UI, like how the app is gonna look, we need to make sure the math works. Then we got the chart, the visual context. Then we got the time machine sliders. I'm guessing this would be under the chart. Then we got the aha visuals, like the profit loss gauge, and education, and then final polish. So we're not just building a calculator, we're building a scenario simulator. Most beginners lose money because they don't realize that even if a stock goes up, they can still lose money if it doesn't move fast enough. We're going to use the Black-Scholes formula to prove that to them visually with these sliders. Okay. So I'm going to copy and paste this onto a different document, and essentially this could be a file called planmd. So I've been looking into like creating different files to make these make building anything essentially easier, and make sure that it's more like on point to my vision. And I think for right now I'm not going to do a planmd for this project, because I have implemented a new step basically that is the style MD, aka Claude MD, aka Master MD. And I did this before, but I was kind of like doing it in the wrong order. Essentially, it's like a file that I would give to Claude before I start the project. So I'll basically just create the folder, tell Claude to reference the file, the Claude MD file, and that's going to make sure that it stays like on style with everything, and that it knows like what you know what like what would it be, the programming that it's going to be using, which is going to help it a lot to create the file structure right. So essentially what I did was I created a Claude MD, a master MD for, you know, this whole like 30 apps in 30 days phase, and I had Claude create a folder for it, right next to, like, in the same like folder that has my dev folder, so that before I start each new project, I can just tell Claude like, hey, go reference the Claude MD file in whatever folder that it's in. I copied and pasted a prompt for it to do that, so I don't have to you know, copy and paste the entire file MD folder into Claude each time, that it just like lives in the file. And I updated that with my system. So yeah, system's getting better and cleaner every day, and making more progress every day. Apps are getting better and quicker every day. I feel like I'm learning a ton, and it's just begun. So yeah, I'd have to say this is fun, and I'm glad to be doing it. So yeah, next step is going to be to create the name. Help me create a name for this app. I want something that's catchy. I want something that implies it is a options tool for beginner investors, and I want, you know, at least like the word options to be in the name. So go ahead and use those rules to give me 20 different suggestions. Yeah, big up everybody in the comments. Give thanks. You know, I don't see any comment as a bad comment. It's all just people, you know, going off of what they know. And yeah, it's helping me stay in the flow. So feel free. Any questions, comments, go ahead. So let's see. Yeah, it's balancing authority with accessibility, because it's a financial tool for beginners. We got options, option glass, future options, option dial, option flow, chrono options, options play, options buddy, simple options, options map, options primer, options site, clear options, option true, option gauge. I like that one. Vibe options, Optio, learn options, Greek options, option shift, zest options. So I think option gauge, yeah, I really like that one out of everyone. It's not the catchiest name, but it's more important in a name for a business or an app or a website, whatever you're making, that you know, if somebody looks at the name, that they're able to understand within a few seconds like what the name, like, you know, it's going to imply what the business, or that in this case the app, does. And also, you know, when I'm building my apps out, I want it to be so a person can look at, like, when they type in the URL and the app pops up, they can just look at the app for like 5 seconds and they can tell like exactly what it does. So I'm gonna go with option gauge. I decided to go with option gauge. Give me 10 possible subtitles. The subtitle needs to promise clarity and confidence. should tell people what the wall of math is. Okay, the options time machine for new investors. See the future of your trade before you make it. Master time decay before it melts your money. Dial in your profits, dial out the confusion. Visualizing options math one slider at a time. I like that one. The options translator for the rest of us. Simple visuals for complex contracts. That one's good. But not, I think beginners wouldn't. Yeah, now that I think about it, probably not for beginners. Stop guessing, start gauging. Options made human. Protect your portfolio from the Greeks. Your early warning system for option risk. Early warning system for options risk, I think, is very beginner friendly. And visualizing options math one slider at a time is definitely explaining more about what this app does. So I'm going to go with that one. I'm going to go with visualizing options math one slider at a time. All right, so now I got to create the folder. Folder that is called option gauge. And yeah, getting started with the coding. Getting to it quicker every day, as I would say. So here we go, switching over from the browser. That's the I got the file up still from yesterday, so I got to make sure that I close this file. Close the folder, and I could just drag the new one right into it. Yeah, I trust the authors. Let's see. First thing I need to do is start the terminal. New terminal. Don't want this port thing up right here, so I push that to the side. Make sure I get some more room for the this to show. And I figured out like how this works now with like, cause I was like, why is this not showing the code? Essentially, I can just scroll down here, the terminal, and it'll show like the code that it's making for whatever file I select. So yeah, I just started VS Code yesterday. Started out with Cursor. $20 a month. It was very good. You can see in my earlier videos that I use Cursor pretty heavily, and it was a lot slower and a lot more simple than Claude Code. Essentially, what I was told was like, you know, Cursor, $20 a month, there's no limit. Claude Code for $20 for the beginner plan, there's a limit. Claude Code goes quick, and it's going to be harder for a beginner to understand it and read it. Cursor is like more of a step-by-step thing that explains what it's doing step by step. What I found was that it was very helpful in the beginning, but I quickly like understood what it was doing and quickly find myself using Claude Code more and more and Cursor less and less. So after 1 month, I was like, yeah, I don't need Cursor anymore. No need to pay that extra $20. And I found VS Code, which is essentially like very similar to Cursor that I'm using now. Just started using this yesterday. And the VS Code is free. So easily I can just pay for my Claude Code subscription, and that's all I need for the vibe coding. All right, so let's see. I gotta get Claude started. Let's get that going. And now I want to give Claude the prompt for the Claude MD or Style MD folder that I created. So yeah, I just created a new folder in the dev folder called Phase 1 Rules, and then created the Sprint Rules MD, which is essentially Claude MD. I guess, yeah, I don't know why they have so many different names for it. They keep like referring to it as different names. I think that's a big reason I got so confused with like how this file works, because they just kept using so many different names, the AI did. And I thought it was like different things at first, but then I like realized like, oh, okay, this is all the same thing. So like, yeah, what I was doing before was I created this and then I would just like, you know, copy and paste it into a prompt and then give it to Claude. But now that I just like made it into a file that's in this folder system, now I can just give this super easy prompt to Claude Code that says read and adopt the rules at dev/phase1 rules/sprint rules MD. These are the strict guidelines for everything we do today. So like this will be the style and everything that I used to give like a step-by-step prompt instruction to for like all the different parts of the style that I would do. And let's see. There we go. First line of the code for the day. Picks up. I don't really know what that means, but it sounds cool. So yeah, all right, here we go. We got the file is read, got it. I've read and adopted the sprint rules. Here's a summary of the guidelines I'll follow. So we got the behavior. That was the main thing with what I wanted to add that I wasn't putting in before. Step-by-step execution. Do one task, verify, stop. When I would give Claude like a list of rules or styles or even like a plan, I would want to do it one step at a time, but Claude would look at that and then try to like get ahead of me and like start creating stuff that, you know, some stuff I'd want, but some stuff I didn't want, and yeah, that would just be like redundant and cause problems. So like wait for the input before moving. No over engineering or unrequested features. Design, dark theme, traffic light palette. Got like the color codes, the font. Green means like success by, yellow means warning wait, red means danger sell, blue sky neutral, beginner friendly, no jargon, legal safely, likely potential, never certainties. Every app needs a clear visual, a gauge, a meter, a light for a less than 3-second answer. Mobile first design, persistent ticker search bar at the top, clean code, no console logs, no unused imports, API logic in lib/services. So not sure what that is because I have not given it the API logic yet. So I'm going to ask Gemini. Hey Gemini, I just gave Claude Code the style MD or Claude MD, or in this case the sprint, I guess you called it, MD file. And the one thing after Claude read it that it said for technical that I don't understand is it's talking about API logic in lib/services/. So I don't really understand what that's saying because I have not given it any API logic. Is that just saying that it should create the API logic in that specific folder? So when Claude mentions lib/services, it's basically suggesting a file cabinet for the math and data fetching. Since I haven't given it any API logic yet, it's just presetting the rules so that the project doesn't get messy later. What is lib/services? In professional web apps, especially Next.js, developers like to keep the smart parts of the code separate from the pretty parts. Basically the thinking parts, the brain of the app, different from like the style and like what people see. So like the pretty parts they're saying is components. These go in your components folder. This is where your slider and buttons live. They only care about how things look. The smart parts, these go in the lib/services. This is where your Black-Scholes math formula or any stock market API calls will live. Why did I put that in the rules? Think of it like this. If you were building a car, you wouldn't put the engine, the logic, inside the cup holder. You'd put it under the hood. Yeah, that really helps. By telling Claude to use lib services, I'm telling it when it's time to write the math for the options Greeks, don't clutter up the UI files. Put the engine in the lib folder so I can easily find it. Okay, now I understand what that's doing. So, Gemini just pointed out something important in the rules. We're telling the AI to keep our API logic in a specific folder called lib services. Even though we haven't started the math yet, we're setting up the house rules now. It's like designating a specific drawer for all our tools so we don't end up with the code spaghetti halfway through the challenge. And I do remember what spaghetti code means. Spaghetti code means it's just like tangled, and it's just kind of like all over the place. So you want your code to be like neat and filed away right. All right, next step. Claude will automatically create the folders when I start step one. Yeah, that's awesome. So going back to step one. So before I do give you step one and have you make a prompt, usually what I would do before is I would tell Claude to create the file structure for the project. So should I have it create the file structure before I start with step one? Or is it that they have incorporated the file structure into step one? So yeah, actually I don't need to do it as a separate manual step anymore. In a vibe coding workflow with a tool as powerful as Claude Code, the file structure should be part of step one. The best practice right now is to let Claude handle the scaffolding, creating folders and files automatically based on the plan MD I just created. Okay, so, all right. I did not give it the plan. I did not, like, I had it break down into steps for the plan, but I did not give it that in the form of a plan MD. So, maybe I'll do that. Why you should let Claude do it during step one, context alignment. When Claude creates the folder structure, it memorizes where everything is. If I create it manually, I sometimes have to explain to Claude where I put things. Claude knows the latest Next.js 15 app router conventions. It will correctly place like the layout.tsx and page.tsx and the lib/service folder we talked about without me having to remember the exact paths. So it can generate 10 files and 4 folders in about 3 seconds. Okay. All right, before I use that prompt, I want to copy and paste phase one for the plan that we made, and then you create the prompt for the phase one that will include creating the file structure for this project. I'm just gonna add, I did not give it any plan MD file yet. Oh, okay, perfect. Since I haven't given Claude the plan MD file yet, we will combine step one with the file structure creation into one master prompt. This ensures Claude sets up the engine room correctly before it ever touches the UI. All right. Okay, but see, good thing I read it. So, like, it's saying for the last step, create the planmd file in the root directory using the outline we discussed. But I did not give. That's what I was just telling Gemini. I did not give Claude the outline yet, and I wasn't planning on doing it. I was just gonna do it step by step. So I gotta mention that and make sure that prompt's not gonna cause problems. All right, so for step 5 of that prompt, it says to create the planmd file in the root directory using the options time machine outline we discussed. So only you and I discussed that. I did not give that outline to Claude, so it should not know what the whole outline is. I'm essentially just going to do this step by step and not deal with the planmd file for this project. I'm just going to do it like how I was before, step by step. So if you need to recreate that first prompt, knowing this, do what you got to do. Yeah, I run AI. AI doesn't run I. Keeps trying to tell me how to do things, and I've known from using it enough that it wants to like add stuff and assume a lot of stuff, and I have to catch it when it does that and keep it like on track with my vision. Okay, that looks good. So we got initialize a new Next.js project, create the following professional folder structure, create lib/math/Black-Scholes TS and implement the following logic. Black-Scholes formula to calculate price for call and put options, logic to calculate the Greeks delta, theta, and vega, and create a lib/service/mock options. And then stop once the project is initialized and the mock files are created. Now that looks right. Okay. Here we go. Yeah. Yeah, feeling good today. I feel like this is gonna be definitely with these slider bars, like I've never done anything like that before. So like learning a new skill, learning as I go and staying in the flow. So now I know what's next. And yeah, I really like, just coming into this with like kind of a general idea. Even like I feel like the first couple of apps I came into this with a really like no idea. But now I'm finding myself kind of like my mind starts thinking something like when I'm at night, basically like what's the next app gonna be? And I don't really plan it, but just try to think like, what could I make next? And this time it was like options. So yeah, always trying to add some. Let's see. Yeah, and always trying to add some information as far as like, more abundance teachings. And I also too I learned like see how it's Claude is right now, essentially like breaking things down into steps. Basically what that is that's like a plan mode thing that it does. And Sometimes it'll do that, and it'll be like in this case where it's just like, you know, with all it's doing is like initializing the project and creating the folder structure and the math engine and the mock options data service. In the past, I would have made sure to like try and at least, you know, keep the initializing and the file structure as like one prompt, and the math and the mock options data service as another prompt, maybe even two separate prompts. But as I use this more, I'm getting a better idea of like how much it can do in one prompt without getting like kind of confused or creating extra stuff or having a higher likelihood of like running into bugs and problems later. So I feel not 100% confident, but pretty confident that this is not like too much data for one prompt. But I'm just going to try it and see what happens. And then if it does create problems later, then I'll know in the future to maybe just break that up into like two different prompts with 2 tasks each instead of one prompt with 4 tasks. But yeah, from the beginning, when I was a beginner, I had to make sure I was very careful to I guess I'm still a beginner. I'm like already thinking of myself as like not a beginner anymore, and it's only been like really I'm halfway through now. Yeah, that's halfway through phase 1, day 15, and I'm already feeling like I'm not a beginner anymore. So if you're watching this and you're new to vibe coding and you don't know anything about coding, never coded before, just look at me. I mean, I spent a month just, you know, maybe an hour, 5 days a week, whatever, um, just learning the basics of coding. You know, understanding like, you know, what is Claude Code, like how does it work? What is like code? How does code work? Like what are the different languages of code? Um, scan through some books for like the scan through some books for the main languages, and just really saw what other people were doing, looked at some of the projects other people were making with Claude Code, and you know, a month of very simple research. And now day 15 of creating apps. Oh, I guess yeah, I made one app that was very simple before I started um this challenge that I didn't put on the challenge. But yeah, I mean, I already don't feel like a beginner anymore. I already feel like I'm understanding this pretty well. And obviously there's a lot more way to go. But it's not moving slow. It's moving really quick as far as me learning and picking everything up and knowing what's up with all the basics. I feel like, I mean, I feel like I'm definitely like I've already moved out of like very basic apps. Like you can look at the apps. I feel like I should almost like reorganize. I reorganized my description, so like all the apps are there, including the app I created yesterday, and I organized it in a way so like the apps were like organized based on more like how they're used or what their function is. But looking back now, I think I want to reorganize that so it's like um it shows like my progression. I think that would make more sense to viewers, that you can look at like the app I made on day 1 versus like the app I made on day 10 versus day 20 and see how I've been making them better every day. Okay, complies with 0 errors, ready for the next instruction. So yeah, we got the file structure right here, and water. You know, I got the alkaline mountain water. You gotta stay hydrated, make better decisions, and stay right on the mission, and keep the right vision. So okay, let's see what's next. So we're keeping it strictly step by step. I'm not even giving the AI the full plan yet. I want it focused entirely on the engine room. We just initialized the Next.js and writing the Black-Scholes formula into our lib folder. Once we know the math is working perfectly, we'll move on to building the actual gauge and the sliders. So Gemini is recommending that once Claude finishes this, would I like to give a test command I can run to make sure the Black-Scholes engine is actually spitting out the right numbers? Sure, why not? Let's see what happens. Learn something new. Yes, I would like to try that. Give me what you got. All right. Call this a smoke test. Since we are in a Next.js environment without a UI yet, the easiest way to test this is by having Claude create a temporary test script. This will prove to your audience that the option gauge is actually powered by real math, not just random numbers. Okay. So we're going to verify the Black-Scholes engine, create a temporary file called testmath. In the root directory inside this file, import the Black-Scholes function from the right folder, write a script that calculates the price, delta, and theta for a sample call option. So essentially call means an option where you're buying. The way beginners think of it is like there's either calls or puts. And I remember the way it was explained to me as a beginner is like call means up. So like you're calling up somebody like, hey, I'm going to call this person up. So like that's like a buy is a call, and a put like putting down, like you put something down, and that is a sell. So use the console log to print the results clearly. Run this file using npx tsx testmath. So essentially what this is doing here is this is just verifying that the math is right before I move on to the next step, because it'd probably be easier to fix it if it wasn't right now than to fix it after I've already like wired in the like buttons and stuff. Yeah, engine is working. All right. Just reading this to make sure it's right. Yeah, so essentially that's just like the math on like it's saying like if you were to buy an option with a call price of $2.98, the option cost $2.98 per share. Usually people buy like options and like they don't just buy like one share. They buy like hundreds or thousands of shares. And delta, so like if a delta is 32 cents, that means it has a 32% chance of finishing in the money, or it moves 32 cents per $1 stock move. And theta is negative 0.073 a day, then that means it loses 7 cents of value each day from time decay. The vega is 16 cents slash 1% IV. That means for the gains, 16% per 1% rise in volatility. Yeah, that makes sense. So it's essentially a slightly out of money call, $150 stock versus a $155 strike with 30 days left. The test math files in the project root whenever you want to rerun or tweak inputs ready for the next step. Awesome. So All right, Claude says the engine is working and it's showing me like a chart with what it figured out. It looks right to me. Do you want me to copy and paste it for you to see? Just talking to Gemini, seeing what it thinks. That's awesome if the math is spitting out numbers that look like real options prices. It's officially online, but it's saying, yeah, it wants to like double check it. So yeah, it's always good to double check, especially something like this. Like why not? It only takes like 30 seconds, so Gemini is doing a code review on the math, or Claude did, and now Gemini is. We just ran the numbers and now we're verifying the delta and theta. This is the part of the stream where we make sure the science is right before we start the art. Once I was saying Gemini, but Gemini took it down as Jim. So Gemini keeps telling me like once Jim gives us the heads up on these numbers. And I'm like, nah, man, I was talking to you, and I think Gemini thinks that Gemini thinks that I'm calling Claude Code Jim, so it keeps like referring to Claude Code as Jim, and it's kind of making me laugh for some stupid reason that like that's just like the dumbest mistake, but I get it why it's doing it. So I shouldn't even like I don't know why I'm even saying like, hey Gemini, like I don't even need to do that. Like it's not a person. Like I shouldn't. Yeah, okay, anyway. So yeah, it's perfect. The numbers are exactly what we want to see. Theta is the main thing. 7 cents a day might not sound like much, but on a $2.98 option, $2.98 option, that's over 2% of the value disappearing every 24 hours just by sitting still. And that's the aha moment. We're going to visualize the main pain point that we want to solve. Main problem for beginner options investors. So yeah, I'm gonna get into phase 2 now. Step 2. This will be the chart. Yeah, I'm ready to get into phase 2. I'm going to paste the original script from the plan for phase 2, and you go ahead and do what you got to do to create the prompt for Claude Code. And I notice when I'm talking to AI that like some words it picks up kind of funky sometimes. So when I notice that, then I just make sure to like pronounce those words clear when I'm talking, because sometimes I get to talking kind of fast because my brain just like wants to like get to the next step, and like yeah, it goes in like chess mode, like thinking all these different possibilities and stuff, and just trying to like get to the next step as quick and as right as possible. So this is where the option gauge really starts to look like a professional terminal. We're going to use the lightweight charts library. It's the engine behind some of the most famous trading platforms, and it's perfect for our 30-day sprint because it's fast and handles dark mode beautifully. And I like how it doesn't need an API. A lot of the charts that I would make would have to use APIs, and this one doesn't. So no need for it if I don't need it. And that would be cool. Maybe from what it sounds like, I might not even need an API for this. Actually, if it is, yeah, because if it's pulling up actual stock prices, then I think I would, but I don't know. I'll see. Wait and see. So this is for, we want the user to see the stock chart first, so they have a baseline for their simulation. So we're going to install the library, put in the anchor line. We'll draw a permanent horizontal line on the chart at the current price. This is crucial for beginners to see. Here's where the stock is now. Everything I do with the sliders is relative to this line. The layout, a clean grid-based dashboard using Tailwind. All right, so install the charting library, create a smart component, build the dashboard shell, implement ticker search UI. And in the past, I probably would have broken this down, but I feel pretty good now that, like, even though there's kind of like 4 different steps, that is still just focusing on like the chart alone. So at least like if something is wrong, it's not doing 2 different functions that could like be crossed together. So if like one thing isn't working with the chart, it's super easy to just go back and like keep trial and error, keep messing with the chart until it's working right. So yeah, copy this prompt. There we go. All right. So yeah, I'm always talking about abundance. Showing respect to the foundations, the people that taught me all about the mindset that, you know, I didn't even really realize at the time when I was learning all this stuff how much it would have to do with like business and goals and vision and everything like that. So yeah, I'm going to be talking about first I'm talking about the law of attraction, like attracts like, and going into vibe coding, looking at it like vibrational, right? Like my vibe I bring each day, my mindset has a big impact on like the actual app that I make. I've noticed if I come into a new project and I'm feeling kind of tired, like having a bad day, you got frustrated about something, feeling down, then I feel like the apps don't really turn out as good. I feel like I run into more problems, feel like I'm not really flowing, but that's where my mind was. So if I come in, and I'm on a high vibration, like I've just been like grateful and I'm like, got my energy right, feeling pretty good today, that's a vibrational signal. So like all our thoughts and all our feelings act as a vibrational signal that's going to draw like a matching experience into life. And essentially what's that saying is like, I've heard another famous teacher that I learned a lot from would say like a lot of people say like, like, oh, I'll believe it when I see it. But in reality, when it comes to like vibes, it's all about like you will see it if you believe it. Like you're way more likely to see something if you actually believe it, not vice versa, not the other way around. So it's all about like the law of attraction. It's all about like vibrational signals, drawing matching experiences into life. So I'm grateful that I'm having this opportunity to create more value for people. AI is just like, man, like 100x the amount of value that I by myself can create for people. And I would have to say, I probably 10 to 20x that amount with just AI in general, like creating content and like helping me like brainstorm and stuff like that. But now that like Claude Code is here and I can create apps that have like these like super difficult functions, building stuff that I've never seen before, that my whole like path with investing, I've never seen anything like this stuff. And I know that like, even experienced people that I look up to that are way better than me, I would hear them talking about like all the time they'd have to, take to like run certain functions or like listen to earnings calls, figure out price to earnings ratios, stuff like that. And I just learned from like my own struggles and their struggles how to create more value. All right. So npx next dev to see the dashboard in the browser. Oh. Usually it's npm run dev. I'm not sure why it changed it up, so I'm going to ask Gemini. So usually it says hit npm run dev, like after it finishes a prompt to check out the local folder. But this time it had me hit npx next dev. Can you explain why it switched it up this time and what is the difference, if there is any? So there is almost zero difference in the result, but there's a slight difference in how the command is being delivered to the computer. npm run dev is like the house key. Think of this as like a shortcut defined inside the project's instruction manual. When I type that one, computer looks at the scripts section of the project and says, oh, the user wants me to run whatever dev is assigned to. It's the official way to start a project once it's fully set up. The new one, npx next dev, is, think of it like the master key. Think of this as calling the tools directly. npx is a package runner. Tells your computer, go find the next tool, which we just installed. Tell it to start the dev server immediately. I have a bunch of questions and I want them answered immediately. So why Claude used it? Since Claude just finished initializing the brand new project from scratch, it sometimes uses npx to force the tool to run without relying on the internal script list. Just be 100% sure it works before the package.json file is fully indexed by the system. All right, so I'm going to check out the local host and we'll see what we got so far. See if we got anything. All right. So I think I like a line chart better. Oh, this is just mock data anyway. I was like, why is it the current price up there if it's actually 135? Okay. Sliders will be right there. Guessing if I make the screen smaller, go underneath. Nope. Oh yeah, yep. So if I do it to like mobile view, then it goes underneath. But that's where I would rather it be anyway. That's not important to change right now. Main thing is like making sure like the main functions work. And then for the UI polish, I could do all this. Like I want to center the name and add the subtitle. The ticker should probably be like, you know, not right there, but more in the center. But yeah, so far I guess it's doing what it's doing with the mock data, and it's like, you know, what it's supposed to be. All right, I'm looking at what they did, and the main thing I see is that it's showing a candlestick chart. I don't think a candlestick chart is really necessary for this, especially because it's a beginner tool, and I don't think candlesticks really have any kind of significance over a line chart with options. So I think for beginners, this would be better if I had a line chart. What do you think? They think I'm 100% correct. Just made a classic product manager decision that separates a good app from a great one. For a beginner, candlestick chart adds visual noise, but the main thing is I don't think it applies. It's not going to like help understand options buy or sell anymore. Yeah, it's more simple. comparison. They'll make the current price horizontal line stand out much more. There we go. So paste this into Claude to swap the chart style. Back to the code. That looks better, but I feel like the line chart from a few days ago was better, but it's not that big of a deal for now. Makes me wonder, like I want to go back and I can just check my video back from last line chart I made from like 2 days ago. Find out what prompt I gave it that made that chart look so much better. But yeah, this is not something that's important right now to be like trying to worry about and fix. I feel like the scroll is not necessary too, but that's not something I got to do right now. Okay. Time for phase 3. So it'll be the main thing that I want to see for the app. This is like the new feature or function that I've never built before. There's still some like small changes that I want to make, but I'm just going to wait to the end. And I'm about to paste the original phase 3 plan here. So go ahead and create a prompt based on that plan for phase 3. All right, create a state manager. Use hooks for simulated price, relative percent change from -25 to +25, days to expiration, initial value 30 sliding down to 0, volatility, initial value 0.25 sliding from 0.05 to 1.0. Build the control center sliders. Replace the static sliders in the right column with functional React components. Use a clear layout for each slider. Label on top, the slider in the middle. Apply the option gauge branding. Color emerald for the price slider. Connect the Black-Scholes engine. That's like the math engine that I created in the first step. Use a fixed strike price of 150 and current price of 150 for this simulation. Add a live results card. Above the sliders, create a simple display showing simulated option price, large text, delta, theta, and vega, small subtext. Stop once the sliders are functional and the simulated option price updates smoothly as were to drag them. Awesome. Here we go. So you can like think about like vibrations as like an emotional scale. So like emotions range from like low vibrations like fear, despair, powerlessness to high vibrations of like joy, love, and appreciation, gratitude. And the goal is to incrementally reach for better feeling thoughts rather than making giant leaps. So essentially, yeah, it's like vibe coding, right? Like I'm not trying to do the most difficult vibe on day one. I'm just like trying to like increase the vibe a little bit each day. And you know, programming, understanding the programming, how to program my mind, how to program the vibe, how to program the apps. It's all kind of the same thing. It all really just goes together. So if I can increase my state to a higher vibration and just show more appreciation, it'll lead to more dedication and less frustration and more value I can create for the nation or the whole world, really. Because it's not just back in the days where I could only really reach people in like my town, or my city, or my state, or the country. Like now, these are like, you know, the internet is everything. So, all right, 0 errors. See you live. Yeah, moving through this stuff so quick now. I could tell. Like I thought it would take me like 30 days, all 30 apps to really like get to the understanding I had right now. Like I'm already there. Like essentially I feel like, you know, I'm already thinking of like the next phase or the next step after the 30 apps. Like my mind's already seeing what's possible where I wasn't like seeing that step yet. And yeah, let's see what happens. Whoa. All right, that is okay. Yeah, that is really really annoying with the way that when you slide it. Huh. So what I want to do here is like make it so that when you slide the price change that the it's not so confusing with the way the chart updates. Just trying to think of a way to phrase this to get what I want. Okay. So yeah, so a lot of these like the price not showing enough space to even show like the current price. Um all right. So okay, the step completed and essentially like it did what it's supposed to do, but when I look at it and it changes the chart when I especially when I scroll the price change gauge in the control center, the chart just kind of like rapidly changes really quickly, and it's very difficult to like understand what is going on. It's not smooth at all. A lot of times it doesn't even show the current price because it's like, I don't know if it's zooming in or zooming out too much that it loses track of what the current price is. But essentially, I would like to fix this so that when the price change gauge moves around, the actual like chart isn't so like jittery or hard to read. It's smoother, and it does whatever it needs to do, whether that's zooming out more so that it still shows the current price so that you get a better idea of what the difference is between the current price. And yeah, I guess it's kind of hard to explain this, but let me know what you think and like what you think the right prompt would be to fix this. All right, yeah, so this is where I'm learning. Like this is like the new thing that I've never built before, the new feature, and I ran into a problem and now I got to learn how to fix it, why it's broken, how do I fix it, how do I avoid this in the future. So yeah, respect. I see in the comments like, hey, where did you start? Did you start from zero? Yeah, I mean, at least for the vibe coding. Like I have like a long history for business. I've been an entrepreneur, been building businesses for many years. However, for coding, I've never coded in my life up until like the day before, maybe 2 days before I started this challenge. I made one app. That was a simple app. Like I had an idea for a long time about like creating like an app that most people are like meeting through like apps and stuff. And I was like, how about you have an app that actually like sends people, like they just say like what crowd of people they want to meet, what kind of person they are, what they're like, basically their vibe is like, are they like daytime person, nighttime person, are they looking for music, are they looking for like foodie people, are they looking for like tech people, and then they can just put in their city and they can put in their neighborhood and it's gonna give them recommendations of places to go. So I made that app really quick. I was really surprised, and saw a couple other people were doing similar challenges like this, but they all seemed to be like very experienced developers. And when I would listen to them, they were making stuff that was like way over my head. Their explanations for what they were doing couldn't really follow with them. And I was like, yeah, I really wish there was like somebody like me that was a beginner that was going through this challenge that, I could like follow with and like see what they're doing and learn from them and see like the mistakes they're making, because those are going to be more like beginner level mistakes and stuff. And yeah, then I just had the idea to start this. So I'm learning like way quicker than I thought. It really helps doing this stream like every day, because then I'm like, talking out loud to like do things, and I can go back and watch parts of the video if I like forgot how to do something. Like if something looked better, certain feature like from like an app a couple days ago, I can just look like go back and see like, okay, what prompt did I give it to make it look like that before? Like with this stock chart, it does not look as good as the stock chart that I made a couple days ago, and I'm wondering like what is the difference? So I can just go back and look at that. So yeah, I see a lot of value in doing this from beginner to a million, because essentially like I know the business, like the business steps, like I can, once I code stuff and I can make like essentially like products out of coding, like I understand how to like market that stuff and how to sell it and like monetize it. But yeah, this is all brand new, just learning the coding. And if you're just tuning in, I'm making the option gauge app. Essentially, it's a investment tool made for beginners, but I think this will provide value to like any kind of investor. So what it is like options is like a certain way that you can like either trade or buy stocks, or really like any other, like there's other stuff that options essentially. So like, oh, here's a good example, like Polygon. If you heard of Polygon, that's like a new site where it's basically a betting site, right? It's basically like you can bet on sports, you can bet on like, elections, you can bet on just random things like, what TV show is gonna, what a certain person is going to say first, or just weird stuff you never think to bet on. But essentially, the main reason that like this betting app is legal, because like betting apps are only legal in certain states in America, but this one bypassed it because they created it so that it wasn't a betting app. It was like an options app. So when you sign up for an account there, they're going to ask you similar to questions if you sign up for a brokerage account, like do you have experience with options? Because essentially they built it like it's an options app. So when you look at like Polymarket, that's essentially like an options style app for betting. So yeah, options, like I don't want to get into too much of the like what options mean and everything like that, but essentially all these apps I'm making for the first 30 days are all going to be for the target market of beginner investors. And this is the first option app that I'm making for them. So all right, water, and then back to where I was. The jittery jumping effect is a classic issue with charts when you're updating data in real time. What's happening is the chart is trying to auto scale every time a new price comes in. It's like a camera zooming in and out frantically to keep a moving target in the frame. Okay, yeah, it understands exactly what's going on. To fix this, need to tell the chart to chill out. Want it to keep a fixed window so that when I move the price slider, the line moves up and down within the view rather than the whole view jumping to follow the line. I couldn't have said it better. All right. See, if I would have tried to just like explain that to like a prompt to Claude Code, I don't know that it would have gone so well. So that helps me so much to have this like Gemini as like the middleman. We need to adjust two things in the stock chart file: disable auto scale and buffer the range. We'll set the manual price range that it's wide enough so the slider movements stay visible without the chart needing to resize. All right, that is exactly what I wanted to say, but I didn't know how. Um, go back to the code. All right, so I'm gonna look at the system real quick, check off where I'm at. Yeah. Start from 0 until the bank accounts have, what is that, 7 zeros? Or no. Start from 0 up to 6 zeros with the 1 in front. So another analogy, one of the like master teachers that taught me this like mindset, vibration, law of attraction, information, essentially is like think of like a vortex. This is like a vibrational space where everything you want already exists. Like everything you want to be, everything you want to see, everything you want to have. So you could think of it as like putting yourself mentally in that vortex means basically aligning your emotions and thoughts with what you want so that it can essentially come to life easier. So this goes back to like, it's more likely the saying of like, you will see it when you believe it, right? So like having that belief and just staying with it. So okay, let's see if this worked. Let's see if it made the right update. Going back, browser, and okay. Yeah, that looks much better, but still not optimal. And like wondering, should the chart be, beginners I don't think are going to understand when they move these. Like days to expiry, simulated call price. Yeah, I think I want to make this easier for beginners. Like, why is this not? Because essentially, okay. Yeah, essentially what I'm seeing is like the main thing, the main problem we want to solve is the days to expiry. Should be clear. Because I'm like, if I were a beginner, even the way they built this here is like kind of difficult for me to understand. If I were a beginner, I'd be like, I have no idea what this is doing. The price change, now that I fixed the chart, yeah, that does. Like, okay, yeah, so I gotta find out how to make this better for beginners. So essentially, we just fixed the jitter on the chart. The chart was basically panicking every time we moved the slider. We're telling it to stop auto zooming and instead give it a wide fixed window. Now when we move the price slider, you'll actually see the line climb and fall against the entry price line, which makes it way easier to see how much your option is winning or losing. Um, all right, the line moves smoothly now for the price change. When I do days to expiry and volatility, there's nothing moving on the chart. It's only the simulated call price that changes. And also it shows like delta, theta, and vega on the box above the control center. Essentially, I think this is still very confusing for beginners. And the main problem that we wanted to solve is beginners and their understanding regarding the time decay. So, yeah, I don't know how I could explain this to you, and I'm not even sure at this point exactly like the right way to make it better. So go ahead and first, like, let me know that you understand where I'm coming from, like what I'm explaining to you, and then give me some suggestions for how to make this better for beginners to understand what's going on here. Now we're getting into the real problem solving. Like I made two apps ago. I made that app for like insider trading as far as like people inside the company and their buys and sells. And then yesterday or the last app I made was like a different version of that. It was for like when politicians make buys and sells in stocks. So essentially that was like very simple because I was just like doing kind of the same formula, but just like different data. So I didn't really run into any problems. That went super smooth, super quick. But this is showing me like You know, I really should be increasing the complexity of these apps, like more than I think. Like I can learn a lot quicker. I'm getting to a point where like I'm really picking this up good and I can learn a lot quicker than I originally thought. So I should just like today, this is like getting me back into problems again, and this is getting me back into like really learning a lot again. So I really am like thankful for the challenges that I'm facing today. So like here's how Gemini kind of re-explained what I was trying to say. I've hit on the exact reason most finance apps fail beginners. The numbers are changing, but the reason isn't visual. Right now, I have a price machine, but not a time machine. Moving the time slider changes a number in the box, but it doesn't feel like time is passing. For a beginner, a number changing from 298, like $2.98 to 240 is just math. They don't see the melt. Here's how we turn this into an aha moment for the audience. The ghost line, visualizing the theta. Instead of just one line on the chart, we should have two. The solid line, the current simulated price, the ghost dash line, where the price needs to be just to break even. The action, as you slide days to expiration towards zero, the break even line should climb higher and higher. And that's something I just noticed too. The days to expiration starts at zero, but it sounds like it should start at like the top, and then like zero should be like the farthest it should slide. Okay, that would help too. The action, yep, the lesson. So as time runs out, the stock has to work harder and harder just for you to stay at $0. Time is literally pushing your goalpost further away. And then here's another suggestion, the ice cream profit gauge. We need to move away from calculated prices and move towards a profit loss gauge. Instead of showing $2.50, the main visual should be a semicircle gauge. The green zone is red. The green zone means profit, and the red zone means loss. So the magic is when I slide days to expiration down, the needle on the gauge should physically sink into the red, even if the stock price stays the same. I kind of like this better because it's like less lines on the chart that would make it more confusing. So like, yeah, that, and then like I could have a totally different gauge for volatility, because if I make each one of these Greeks, the delta, the theta, and the vega, the price change, the days to expiration, and the volatility, if I make each one of these separate lines on the chart, it's just going to be so many lines. I think that it'll like really confuse beginners. So next suggestion, dynamic human insights. Instead of just theta equals like -7 cents, we need a text box that changes based on the sliders. And like for example, when the time slider moves, it could be like, warning, you're losing $7 every day just by holding this. Your ice cream is melting. Yeah, I don't want to use that. I like that idea, just not the ice cream analogy. Just I don't know. I just don't like it. Volatility slider moves. The market is getting nervous. This is actually making your contract more expensive. So I kind of like a combination of 2 and 3. So like having a gauge and explanation. The suggestion from Gemini is to update the chart to show the expiration value. Imagine this, a red shaded area on the right side of the chart that shows the danger zone. As you move the time slider, that red area grows. It shows the user that if the stock stays flat, they are guaranteed to end up in that red zone. Yeah, and like the main problem I see with that also too, with like putting the days to expiration on the chart, is like you're going in the future, and it's not going to be able to update like the price and how the price is moving in the future. So that's another like I think, confusing thing for beginners. So I feel like I have an idea what I want to do. I'm going to try it out and see how it looks and then go from there. So right now, the app is a bit too mathy. We're going to make time decay feel real. We're adding a ghost line to the chart. Nope, that's not what I'm going to do. This is like the explanation from Gemini. Watch what happens when I move the time slider. Um, they say it'd be like it's trying to finish a race while the finish line is moving backwards. No, I think the finish line would be moving forward. Would be a better analogy. Anyways, yeah, these analogies are crazy. All right, I have an idea of my vision now, and essentially what I want to do is a combination of the second um and third examples that you gave me. So like have a profit gauge and also dynamic human insights next to it. So since this is the main pain point, I want to make it as clear for beginners as possible. So do you have any suggestions on how to incorporate, like maybe within one card, put a profit gauge and insights? Let me know what you think. Yeah, I love this part. I love these steps. I love this part of like creating stuff. Like running into problems and then like having to like improvise as I go and just having my vision and like just like refining that vision throughout the process and just coming up with good ideas and I'm getting to the point where I can almost like autopilot like in my sleep, just like do all the steps of like building an app. But like if it's an app that I already built and I know how to build, then yeah, it's like nothing. Like I don't even really have to think. I could like have my mind somewhere else almost. But now that I'm getting to like more detailed stuff, difficult stuff, it's like putting me on another level where I'm like doing what I like to do. And yeah, just got to keep getting better at this stuff every day. Already having visions of like build stuff I want to build in the future that like if someone would have asked me a month ago, like I'd have been like, dude, there's no way I could build that. Like that sounds like super difficult, but yeah, I'm gonna get there quicker than I thought probably too. So basically Gemini is saying we're going to turn the calculator into a mentor, putting the profit gauge and dynamic insights in the same card as a pro level UI move creates a feedback loop. The user moves a slider, the gauge reacts, and the text immediately explains why the needle moved. They're saying use a sensei card, like Kung Fu. I like that idea already. So I'm recommended a vertical layout with a single high contrast card. The gauge will be on the top half, a sleek semicircle, SVG based. The needle will move between 100% red and 200% green. That seems kind of strange to me, but I'm going to let it do it and see what happens. Then I can change it if I don't like it. The center, a big bold percentage of your current P profit and loss. The inside box, a dedicated text area with a subtle border. So this isn't just static text. We're going to use the if-else logic. And I'm not going to explain that too much, but that's basically something that is like how code works. Like the way rules work in code. But I think for the most part, like if you're vibe coding, like you don't even really need to understand that. Like all these like logical rules that code has to follow are no longer like a requirement to understand how to build code. But I mean, I guess the simple stuff kind of helps that I already like knew that from just like doing basic research. All right, so we got a prompt, create a new component, build the profit gauge, build the dynamic insights, place the sensei card promptly in the left column right above or next to the chart. see where they put it, and then I can just change it later. And I'm getting better at seeing like the stuff that I used to try to make sure like every prompt was exactly like with my vision of what it is, but now I'm understanding like what are the main things and like what are the things that I can easily change later that like aren't really that important right now. All right. So back to the code. Sensei card. Went from ice cream to sensei. Like, okay. I think the ice cream analogy made more sense, but I'll probably change sensei anyway. Um, and as always, I'm just like reading the steps it's taking. So I'm never still yet putting in like allow all edits so that it just automatically does everything. I'm having it so I'm like clicking yes after like each step to see what it's doing. So I have a better understanding of like how this works, and it's helping me understand what's possible to build and like the order to build this stuff in. So yeah, going back into the abundance mindset teachings, basically contrast is valuable. So unwanted experiences aren't failures. Like right here, like that was like not something I wanted. I did not want the chart to look like that. I did not want the gauges to be that simple, but that's like the learning. That's not a failure. That's helping me clarify what I do want. And from the start of this project, like my vision was not that detailed. Like it was very simple just to solve that first problem. But as I go and I found it was building things that I didn't want, the more things it builds that I don't want, the more it's helping me to clarify what I do want. And the more it's helping me to like clarify my vision and make my vision better. And every negative experience basically launches like a new desire. So like essentially like being grateful for like the obstacles and being grateful for the problems, because just trying to look at it like, okay, like this is going to get me to the next step, this is going to get me where I want to be. So I'm not trying to avoid problems in my life. Essentially like another teaching is that like more money, more problems. Like you can look at someone's problems, ask someone like what their problems are in their life, and you can tell kind of like where they are in life as far as like success and like happiness in regards to what their problems are. If someone's problems are like super simple, and you're just like, how are you still like having a problem with that? Like, you know, that's going to explain a lot about like where they are in life. And if so you talk to someone about what their problems are and they're like way over your head, for the most part you can probably assume that like that person is like accomplished a lot in their life, and they're still trying to accomplish more. So yeah, we're looking at it says it did, what it built, and saying go back and check it out and see how it looks. So got the new changes. I don't like those colors, but I can change that. Um, yeah, the gauge is not, you can't even see it. It should be like facing up. Oh, it moves with volatility, and that's why. Okay. Wow. So, okay, so this is like does more than what I was thinking. Like, in a way, this is like better for more experienced investors. But, so essentially it's saying like, say you bought an option and after 25 days it went up 25% and the volatility was at 45%. Your profit's going to be should be like 26.94, and this is mock data, so it's not actually looking at, it should adjust to like the actual stock that we put it in for. But yeah, let me think, like, it's like this should be like the main gauge, and then maybe there should be like a gauge just for price, just for expiration, and just for volatility. But I guess probably not for price, because that's going to be with the line. So I want to do like a small gauge maybe down here for expiration and another one for volatility, and then this can be like all of them, and then after they're all done, then I'll like rearrange it to where it logically make the most sense. Okay. All right, so it looks like essentially the gauge is working right. However, it seems like the gauge is in alignment with all three of the Greeks. So essentially what I was thinking was to make a gauge just for days to expiration, just to solve the main pain point that most beginner options people have, is like understanding how the I believe that's the theta impacts the price. So what I'm thinking is like, I like this profit gauge for like an overall that it aligns with all three Greeks, but I'm thinking to also do like a smaller gauge just for the theta and another one just for the vega, and probably not do one for the delta because that would be the price change, and that is already done in the chart. So let me know what you think of this idea. Let me know any suggestions that you have to make this idea better, or like even a different idea that you might think is better. But essentially, like, I like what this profit gauge does. I think it should be like a master gauge for like, everything. But I also want to make sure that like, each one of these Greeks is like easy to understand for beginners, and I don't see that being accomplished yet. Gemini saying, I'm realizing that the master gauge shows the result, but it doesn't show the cause. If I'm a beginner and I move the time slider, the master gauge moves, but I might still be confused about why it's moving differently than when I move the price slider. By giving theta and vega their own dedicated mini gauges, you're essentially giving them a health bar. Um, the vitals monitor concept. Think of the master gauge as the patient's overall health, and the smaller gauges as the vital signs, the heart rate, the oxygen, etc. The theta gauge, the timer. This gauge shouldn't show profit loss, it should show decay speed. the visual. As the slider moves towards 0, the needle moves from slow melt to critical melt. The color stays in the rose red spectrum. The Vega gauge is like the nervous system. This shows how sensitive the option is to market fear. The visuals moves from stable to volatile. The color is like a red to orange spectrum. And yeah, colors I can change later. It's definitely not sticking with what I wanted. So yeah, after this too, I'm realizing that I'm gonna want to look back at the new Claude MD file I created and see if there's stuff that would explain why it's not staying with like the rules that I had set up. So the suggestion from Gemini: instead of more circles, let's create a Greek's dashboard underneath the master gauge. This keeps the hierarchy clear. Level 1 top, the master profit loss gauge. Level 2, the middle, the two smaller health bars are mini gauges for the theta and vega. Level 3, the bottom, sensei text explaining the relationship. So that'd be like the education station. Okay, so this helps me see my vision better. So like instead of having a control center with all three bars on it for like the three Greeks, what I want to do, what I think is better, is having like the card for the theta will have the gauge on it, and then the card for the vega will have the gauge on it, and then the card, which would basically be the chart for the delta, the price change, would have a gauge with it. So I think that's a better idea. I want to try it like that and see what happens. All right, yeah, I really like the idea that you have. However, I thought of a way to make it better that aligns with my vision. And essentially, instead of having a control center that has all three Greek bars to slide to, I think it would be better to have like essentially like a card for each gauge. So instead of having three gauges in one card, like have the card for, maybe the chart that has the price gauge like attached to that, and then having another card that has the recommendations that you have for the theta or expiration, with a gauge, with its own gauge in that, and then having another card with like the volatility gauge with another type of visual tool to understand it better. And then they'll still also, all three be connected to the main profit gauge. So what do you think of that idea? Do you see any problems? Can you think of any suggestions to make it better? By splitting the dashboard into modular cards, moving away from a calculator and towards a learning lab. Yes. The UX design, this is called progressive disclosure. Instead of overwhelming the user with one giant cockpit, you give each concept its own dedicated space to breathe. Yes. The one card, one concept architecture. Here's how the new layout will function. Card 1 is the master profit loss gauge. This stays at the top. It's the scoreboard. Simply reflects the sum of all the other cards. Card 2, the time machine, the theta, can be like the visual, a burn rate gauge. The input, the days to expiration slider, is built into the card. The insight, the sensei text here only talks about time. Card 3, the fear factor, the vega. The visual, nervousness meter. The input, the volatility slider, is built into the card. The insight will explain how market noise is inflating or deflating the price. And card 4, the price action. The visual is the line chart. The input is the price movement. So the disconnect risk. If the cards are too spread out, the user might move a slider in card 3 and not notice that the master gauge in card 1 changed. Solution: use color syncing. If the time machine is red, the part of the master gauge being affected by the time should have a subtle red glow. That's awesome. Yeah, that's a good thing to add. Mobile scannability. Too many cards can lead to a wall of boxes. Solution: use a bento grid layout. Make the chart card large and the Greek card smaller, square tiles next to it. I like that idea. All right, just reading the prompt, making sure it's right. So reorganize the layout. Top row is the master gauge, middle row, the stock chart card. Middle row, 1/3 of the width, the time machine card. Bottom row, the fear factor card. Create separate components. Each card must contain its own specific slider, gauge, and human translation. And then visual polish, give each card a unique accent color. Like time is red, volatility is gold, and price is green. Stop once the UI is modularized, whatever that means, into separate cards, and each slider is contained within its respective Greek card. Keep getting better. All right, back to the code. Whoa. Yeah, something tells me there's gonna be a lot of cleaning up too after this. After I build this, it's gonna be super interesting to see, to do like an audit and see um, like get an idea of like what bugs there were, like just how to make it better all the time. Okay. So another teaching is like you will create your own reality. Like there's no exception to this in regards to like the laws of attraction and the laws of vibration. Your point of attraction is determined by your dominant thoughts and feelings, not by external conditions. So you know, what you see in life, you know, that's going to be determined by your vibration, by your like thought vibration and your like emotional vibration. Even though it seems like it's more external conditions, but according to these vibrational laws, essentially it's like what you see in life, the external conditions are more of a reflection of your own vibration that you carry. So you could even look at that like vibe coding, right? Like what I'm trying to see for this this project right here, for this app, is very much based on like, you know, what my vibe is coming into this, and sticking to that, and like not letting, you know, not letting these problems, like if I were to look at these problems that it brought my vibe down, like it would totally change like the way I'm seeing this and the way like I'm forming my vision throughout the build. So I'm like grateful for every problem instead of being like, you know, angry, getting frustrated. So when that happens, then I just start to look at it differently. Things start to become like, it looks really difficult. You know, even like difficulty, like how difficult is one thing to one person, the same thing to another person. It's totally different based on their mindset, totally different based on the vibes that they carry. and the energy that they have, because you know everything's always vibrating. It's all energy. So I think it's time to check it out again. Going back to the browser. Yeah, this is like so much better because then you can still see the main gauge, how it's affected just by this. I feel like this makes so much more sense because you're seeing like, okay, with the explanation here too. Um, although I think it should be backwards, so it's like starts in the green, and then the more you go into like 0 days, the closer you get to 0. So yeah, I'll just flip the order of like, and also like how this is like arranged. I wonder what it looks like for mobile. Yeah, it's almost like it's better for mobile, right? Like this is how I want it to look for or not almost. I think it looks way better in mobile. So if you were looking at this on your phone, like this is how I want it to look. Like there's still some things I would change, but at least the layout. I think this layout is like, this is money right here. And just thinking what would make more sense. Like these cards, the time machine and the fear factor. Because like there's a lot of blank space here too. I'm wondering if I either, you know, put these so like each one took up half the screen at the bottom underneath the main one, and then this was stretched out farther. But I like, oh, almost wondering too, what would it look like if the time machine and the fear factor were above the chart? Um, no, no, I think it should be master profit gauge, chart, stretched out farther, and then time machine and fear factor underneath. That's, I think, would be better. Um, I'm almost thinking like this chart isn't even really like necessary. Like maybe the chart is like taking up too much space, and this tool would be way better for beginners if that chart wasn't even there. Because this chart looks bad anyway, because the price is like, especially for like these bigger, well, yeah, like a stock like Apple that's not moving much, it's just going to be almost look like a straight line anyway. But then like a price or a chart that's like more volatile price is going to look better. Yeah, I'm going to talk to Gemini about this. All right, I like the new features. I really like how this is starting to look. or at least how it's starting to perform. I really don't like how it looks right now, like the whole layout. I think when I slid it down to mobile, it was much better. Like it was like like one thing on top of the other, where like the time machine is like on the side of the price chart. Um, but I think like it would be much easier for a beginner if like they were all listed like one after the other. Or even I'm thinking like maybe the price chart is really not that necessary. Maybe the price chart, if it were gone, and I could just put like each one of the Greeks, like it's like specific gauge, like right next to each other. So they could just be like three in a row. And if you switch it to mobile, they would be like one on top of the other. Essentially, let me know what you think, and let me know if you have any suggestions to make that idea better or any problems that you see with it. Gemini thinks I just hit on the $1 billion design insight. Most trading apps fail because they try to look like a cockpit. You want yours to look like a diagnostic tool. By removing the chart or making it secondary, you're forcing the user to focus on the Greeks, which is exactly the point of the options time machine. This is much cleaner, more mobile friendly, and way less intimidating for a beginner. Exactly what I was thinking. So imagine this. Instead of a messy dashboard, you have three clean vertical pillars or cars that line up perfectly. The price pillar, the delta, the time pillar, the theta, and the volatility pillar, the vega. On a desktop, they sit side by side like a slot machine of data. On a mobile, they stack like a health report. This is the ultimate vibe coding layout. It's simple, bold, and extremely clear. Yeah, I like where this is going. Still flowing. Paste this into Claude Code to clean up the layout and focus on the Greeks. All right. I see it. The vision and the mission is no division. Everything put together. Everything unified. One aim, one destiny. One love. Gotta love what you're doing and pursuing. Otherwise, you end up in a ruin. So, okay, one thing I want to change about this. Actually, I'm going to change that later. That'd be like too much to add on, I think. Looking at the prompt to make sure it matches what it was saying and doesn't add anything. Okay. Saying just hide the visual of the chart must be so like it keeps the logic. So if I want to add it back later, set up a container that uses flex col for mobile and flex row for not mobile. Center the master profit loss gauge, the very top, and then create the three pillars. Sure the insights are now integrated at the bottom of each specific pillar. Add card and card look, rounded corners, subtle glowing borders that match the accent color. Once the chart is removed and the three pillars are neatly aligned and fully responsive. Okay. Yeah. All right. So looking at the next teaching, alignment over action. So inspired action taken from a place of alignment is far more effective than effortful action taken from a place of resistance. So basically, get your mind right first, then start creating. Yeah, if you got bad mind, if you're negative, grudgeful, hateful, you know, all that stuff, like clear that out of your mind. Like, bad mind is the worst disease and it's contagious. So do what you got to do to get rid of bad mind. Get your mind good, be happy, put yourself in a place where you already see what you want to, where you want to be. Like, imagine you're already there, and then start building, then start creating. Make sure you're staying positive. You got like positive vibes, and yeah, then you can thrive and survive. And yeah, get what you want to get and build what you want to build and help who you want to help, and everything will fall into place. It's all about the path of least resistance. Like I'm saying with everything, right? Is like you run into those problems, like that's just a blessing, like that's just another like learning opportunity to get you to the next step. So don't worry, don't fret. Okay, let's check it out. Much better. Much better, just like centering this gauge at the top. Wow. Yeah, this is like turning into the best options tool I've ever seen for beginners. Maybe even advanced people probably can just like do all this in their head because they've traded options so much. But it's still, I mean, yeah, I'm just thinking change the time theta so that it starts at 90 days and ends at 0. Volatility. Looks like the gauge is not moving with volatility. And I just noticed something with the delta. The gauge is like being weird and it's like only going like straight up or straight down. So I'm going to fix these, and even the master profit does that too. Okay. And they only stay right when I'm adjusting. That's weird. No, that master one's still doing that. Minus 100% to plus 100%. There's not really negative 38. That should be like up here. Okay. Probably easy to fix. Let's see. So, all right. Back to Gemini. All right, this is starting to look much better. I feel like, yeah, the vibe is right for my vision, and this is looking like way more like a beginner tool. A few things I've noticed. Well, I guess I should probably just do these one at a time. With some of the gauges, like the needle on the gauge will go like off of the actual, like, I guess you would say like lines on the gauge, and sometimes it goes like underneath the lines on the gauge, and I don't understand why it's doing that, but essentially I want to fix it so that like the needle on the gauge only stays within like the borders of the gauge itself. So yeah, create a prompt to fix that error. Yeah. This is a common clipping issue with SVG gauges. What's happening is the math Claude used to calculate the needle's rotation is likely allowing the number to exceed the physical limits of the semicircle. Usually negative 90 degrees to plus 90 degrees or 0 to 180 degrees. When the math gets too excited, like a 200% profit, the needle just keeps spinning to the basement of the card. We need to clamp the values. Clamping ensures that even if your profit is plus 1,000%, the needle hits the max wall and stays there instead of breaking the UI. Yep. Yep. All right, Gemini. Can I scroll down, Gemini? Yeah, I think Gemini just froze up on me, so I'm just gonna restart it. Or maybe it's my whole browser. Huh. Okay, here we go. Awesome. Let's see. Back to the Future. All right. The gauge needle calibration prompt. Fix the rotation math. In the needle rotation logic, implement a clamp function. Ensure the rotation stays strictly between the gauge's visual start and end. Layering z-index. Ensure the needle path is the last element rendered in the SVG, so it stays at a small circular pivot point. Oh, what's up, Lily Parker? Good to see you again. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing good. Hope you're getting value off of what I have to tell you. And yeah, it's good to have everybody here. And we got padding and scaling. Check the SVG view box. If the needle is going outside the borders, increase the padding or slightly shrink the gauge radius so the needle has room to breathe within the SVG container. Double check that transform origin for the needle is set correctly to the bottom center so it rotates like a real speedometer needle rather than spinning like a fan. Stop once the needles are perfectly contained within the borders and stop at 0 and 100% for profit loss limits. All right, let's see how this works. My day so far, it's been good. Yeah, the sun was shining. It wasn't as cold as it looked like outside, so I got outside, got some fresh air and exercise. Ate some good food, got some work done, and now I'm having fun building an app. Do I stream daily? I try to, but you know, I gotta take breaks every once in a while. Like right about now, it's like I've been doing like maybe 1 day off a week. Um, Main thing I'm thinking, like I feel like I could easily do that because I enjoy doing this so much. But yeah, I definitely want to get out to the mountains for snowboarding before the snow melts, and just going through my head like how am I gonna like be out there 8 hours a day riding and then like also do this. But I think it's possible. I'll just have to figure something out. Stream has been so far, it's good. Today, I really am doing an app that is like really pushing me outside my comfort zone. Um, Doing stuff I've never done before, ran into problems I never ran into, learned a lot. Right now, I'm still like fixing a problem, and my vision for this app is just continuing to get better and better. Like the original vision I had is like I'd say only like maybe like 30% of like where it's at now. Like it just keeps improving. And if I hadn't run into these problems by like trying to like do something I'd never done before, I never would have like, increased my vision and made it better to build something better. So yeah, that's awesome and respect. I appreciate your questions. It's good to talk to the audience when I'm going through this. Awesome, thank you. Yeah, I hope your day is good and gets better too. So looking like just keep going with this prompt. So I'm from the Midwest, essentially like all Chicago, Milwaukee, Minneapolis, and I've lived I lived in the mountains a lot, like Denver area, um, West Coast, like mostly LA, the mountains north of LA, did a lot of mountain biking, like pretty much all those trails. Really like that area. Uh, yeah, Hawaii, I really like surfing out there. I just don't like the traveling out there each time, but oh, Virginia's nice, yeah. Um, Awesome. Yeah, glad you get some value out of the channel and you like watching. Um Feel like the only time I was in Virginia was I think the airport for DC. I think that was in Virginia. But yeah, I got family out there, so I went to like a wedding out there in like Baltimore area. And then I got like a lot of friends like from India that stay off in like New Jersey. Um and I haven't been out there for a while, but yeah, New York, New Jersey. But yeah, I don't make it to the East Coast that much. Um, but yeah, just trying to expand my worldview and travel more with the seasons. So am I serious about streaming? Yeah, I mean, doing it right now. Uh, put my mind to something and just going with the flow. And so far, I really like the process. This is really fun. I enjoy doing it. I enjoy talking to everybody in the stream. I enjoy providing value. Um, Essentially, I feel like doing this helps me learn a lot better than if I were just like doing this by myself. Helps me stick to my goal better. Um, in a way, it makes things more difficult because there's like more variables to like pay attention to while I'm working, like as far as like what the stream is doing, but it's totally worth it, I feel like. And yeah, I'm just gonna keep doing it, just staying dedicated till I hit that goal. And yeah, I really like what I'm doing. It looks like ready for the next step on the yeah, ask me whatever. That's cool. Gonna switch over to the browser, see the changes that we got. Should be just with the gauge. Uh okay. Yeah, it's not doing that, at least for this. Thinking maybe the master profit should be like negative 1,000 to positive 1,000. Then volatility is not affecting these other gauges, or even that gauge. Yeah, so the volatility, I see. This will be the next important thing. Always trying to do things like looking at what is like the most important step next, and then just focus on that. So you would suggest adding some fun and attractive content to the channel to get viewers interested in the streams. So I'm not sure what you mean. I'm guessing you mean like putting out like videos like maybe like 10-minute videos, or like also like some shorts like on YouTube. I'm not really too familiar with Twitch. It looks like you're talking from Twitch. So I'm not really familiar with like what I can like what features I can add to Twitch to get more viewers. But I would definitely like to hear your suggestions. Always trying to improve every day. Trying to at least pick one thing that I can like add or improve every day. Oh, good logo, banner, overlay, some animations. Okay, so yeah, I'm guessing you're talking about on Twitch. I'm just not familiar with Twitch, and I like just started on there, so I only have like 1 or 2 followers on Twitch, but yeah, I'll definitely look into that. I think I remembered before you were talking about you make logos and stuff, and like I've gotten pretty good with AI with making like logos and banners and stuff like that. But yeah, I always like to hear people's suggestions, so yeah, whatever you think, I'll definitely consider it. Okay, so I think the main next step now is the volatility. Volatility gauge is not moving. And also the other. Also, yeah, essentially, I'm not sure if I want all these connected. Like I'm looking at the price gauge, and when I change that, it updates the theta, the time. Well, now it's working. Now the volatility, that's weird. I wonder why that didn't work before. Maybe because it was on like 0 days. Yeah, that makes sense. Because if it's 0 days, the volatility doesn't come into play. Okay, that's why that was happening. So essentially, the volatility wouldn't move if it's 0 days to expiration. But because it's gonna start there, that makes me even think even more how important it is to like start at 90 days and then go to 0 days. Yeah, if you're you know, making logos and stuff, that's awesome. I don't know if like if you can leave like a link to your like portfolio or something like that, and I can see what you've done. Um and you're asking, do I want to become an affiliate? And affiliate like for what? Like affiliate for like your graphic design products. I'm not really sure what you're wondering about, or if like you want like to affiliate market like my products. I'm not really sure what like exactly you mean. Okay, so I'm gonna so it can't really be negative 1,000%, but I think it should go from like negative 100% to positive 1,000. Or let's see if I put it at like 500%. Yeah, it's going to like 865%. So Wonder what this gauge would look like if I did it from like negative 100% to plus 1,000%. And also I want to change the time gauge so it starts at 90 days and scrolls down to 0 days. So I'll just make these two changes right now. And the master gauge is like red, blue, and green. It should be red, gold, and green. Okay. Oh, you work at a digital agency. Affiliate services to streamers. I still don't really like I know what digital agency is and like what you mean by like, help me with gain followers and viewers. We help streamers by getting affiliated within 2 weeks by gaining. See, I don't even know what that means, getting affiliated. Is that something with Twitch or like you have to get like a certain amount of viewers to get affiliated or something? And then I don't even know what that like then you can sell I don't understand. I'm just new to Twitch. But yeah, if you could if you could send me a link or something that just gives me like an explanation of like what you do and like how that would help in regards to whatever that means to be get affiliated and what that means, just stuff like that. Like that would be cool. I would definitely look into that. So yeah, that's awesome. Respect. Thanks for your help. All right, so next prompt. Okay, so I see the next things I want to change with the master profit gauge. The colors are red, blue, and green, but it should be red, gold, and green. And it goes from negative 100% to positive 100%. And I want to see what it looks like if it goes from negative 100% to positive 1,000%. And with the time theta gauge, I want to see what it's like if I change it. So instead of starting at 0 days and going up to 90, it starts at 90 in the red and then goes up to 0, which would be in the green. So I guess create a prompt to make those changes. Oh yeah, I got Discord and the link is in the YouTube description, but let me see. I'm gonna get it right now. So Discord is Automate and Innovate with Nate Needham is like the name of the I guess they call it like channels. So Lily Parker 90. I'm gonna try to search that. Um yeah, I'm not new to Discord, but I just haven't used it. I like took a break from it for a long time. So yeah, I'm trying to add you right now. Uh invite to server. Let me see. Must be that. Let me see if I can just paste the invite link. Uh all right, see if that works because I couldn't I tried putting your name in, but I must not have put it in the right search bar. But anyways, back to the staying in the flow. So back to this. Okay. So it's a great move for the vibe of the app. Switching from blue to gold for the break-even point makes it feel much more like a financial gold standard or a trophy. Changing the theta gauge to go from 90 to 0 is a genius psychological flip. Most apps show time as a countdown, but you're showing it as a recovery or risk bar where 0 days left is the moment of truth. The calibration and color flip, we need to adjust the color interpolation, how the gauge blends from red to gold to green, and widen the success window for that to plus 1000% gain. Okay. Refactor the master profit gauge, flip the theta time gauge, and then do a visual polish. Awesome. Back to the code. Awesome. Yeah, I'm going to Discord right now. Oh, yep, I see you. Just click the wave to say hi. So yeah, there we go. So yeah, I think I just accepted. Let me know if it didn't go through. And I'm gonna go see if I can get into find some new abundance teachings. All right, so like this is back to like, where is your mind at? Like, is it on abundance, right? The abundance versus scarcity. Like I'm always talking about like abundance mindset. So like the universe or like the world or whatever you want to think of it is like it's abundant if you think it is, and it's supportive if you think it is. And when you believe that that there's enough for everybody, that like abundance is everywhere, that the universe is always going to bring you the next step, like the animals, the birds are always going to have food to eat. They don't have to rely on money. Nature provides everything for them. It's like the same way with people. And most like suffering comes from like resistance of the natural flow rather than from like life experiences. Like it's not that like a lot of people look at it like like life is against them, or the world is against them, or something like that. But at the end of the day, it's more like um going against like the natural flow in life, and trying to push against resistance and trying to use force is going to put you in a spot where it seems like like nothing's working right. And that usually what I see is like that leads to like people just like going with more force, like, okay, this isn't working, I'll just try to force it. But like no, that's like goes against the abundance, because that just basically means like you're in the wrong lane. Like if something's not working, something's not flowing, like it's better to just find something else that is, than to like keep trying to force something and to be like just abundance. Like that's a good thing. Like if you're doing something and it's not flowing, then you're knowing like the next step is really like something else. Because I mean there's so many opportunities. And if one's not working, like don't try to force it, just pivot, just find another one that's working better. And if something's not working, like you don't even have to like know what's the next move. Like maybe you don't know what's next, maybe you don't know what's going to work next, but at least you can put your mind in a place, where do you want to be, right? Like what do you not like about what's going on? That's going to give you more contrast into what you like want to see, and like where you want to be. So just like put your mind and like think of like where you want to be, what you want to see, and then easily the next step would appear, like the next path. So yeah, just stay in that. And looking at the gauge again, and going to the browser, We got, yeah, it looks right. That makes sense. Yup. It's like if the price is down and you're getting closer to the expiration of the option, it's going to show you. Yeah, and it even gives you advice on like what you should do next, like not what you should do, but what you should consider. Yeah, this is looking more and more right every time I make an adjustment. Um hmm. Yeah, I really like this now. This is really like getting to the point where it's like, okay, I feel like I have solved a major problem. Um Now it's just like, what do I want to add to this? So yeah, I'll be right back. I'm gonna step away for like a minute. I'll be right back. All right, time to stand up. All right. So it's looking like it says 0% at the top. Oh, I see. Yeah, that makes sense because the middle's 0. So yellow is like just getting into profit. So I think the next step would be like understanding how this is gonna work for like when you put in like a stock. Cause yeah, everything to me looks good. So far, so good. See what it looked like on the mobile. All right. So I think we nailed the main function of this app. Each one of the Greeks seems to be working right, and the master profit gauge now makes much more sense that it goes all the way up to 1,000%. Yeah, most like options like are gonna go over 100% if you're lucky. So yeah, essentially I like what I have now. The main thing I want to understand is like, how would this apply to like putting in a ticker for a stock? So like I guess as usual we can use Apple for an example. So like, explain to me what you think based on what we have. Um, a person puts in a stock ticker, and then like then what would happen? So I'm wondering if it's even necessary to do that. So this is the bridge between a math simulation and a real world tool. Right now, the app is a beautiful options sandbox. Everything is relative. When a user types in Apple, we transition from imaginary numbers to market reality. Here's exactly how the user flow should work once we can connect the ticker. The moment the user hits enter on Apple, the app does three things behind the scenes. It's going to get the current price, grabs the live or slightly delayed price of Apple, set the anchor. Our price pillar immediately resets. The 0% mark on your slider now represents 180, 50 if that's the price. Determine the strike. Usually for a beginner tool, we would default the strike price to the closest whole number. And instead of saying, just like the price is up 5%, the Sensei Insight now gets smarter, sees the ticker and say Apple is currently trading at 180.50. If it hits 190 by next Friday, the contract will be in the green zone. So updating the pillar. Each pillar now has a real job. The price pillar, as they slide, the percentage changes. Or no, as they slide the percent change, the UI shows the actual dollar price Apple would be. Yes, that, okay. Now I'm seeing it. Okay, that makes so much sense. The time pillar, the user picks. The user picks a real expiration date from a calendar or a list of Apple's actual Friday expirations. The volatility pillar, this is the coolest part. We could show the historical volatility of Apple. If Apple is usually a calm stock, the slider starts low. If it's earnings week, the slider starts high. So it would know that based on when they're looking it up. But I would make sure that that would need to be explained in the education part probably. So this is like gonna, yeah, this is awesome. This is gonna give you a way better idea of like what option you're gonna pick for, especially for beginners. Like they could like look at all these like list of possible options, and then they could come on here and like pick one and then like change the meters to see like, if this were to happen, what would happen basically. So how we implement this in the code, and I just want to check my original like plan. So because we added so much to this, phase 4 would be the next step. The aha visuals, build the profit loss gauge, already did that. Build the Greek breakdown tooltips. Hovering over the time slider shows every day that passes your contract loses. So yeah, I did that. So yeah, I mean we've already done, essentially phase 4 took care of itself just by making all these changes. So I'm just adding in new steps now basically to make it even better than I could have even imagined from the start. It's awesome. All right. Um, how we implement this code, this in the code. To make this real without paying for a $500 a month API, we use a service layer. See, I don't see why we would need a $500 a month API if all we're getting is Ticker state. We create a variable called active ticker. Create a fake API that recognizes 5 to 10 big stocks, provides their real prices. Tell the math engine, hey, instead of using $150 as a base, use the price for whatever ticker is active. So I do not like this suggestion for the data. I do not believe that we would have to get a paid API just to get. Okay, that's what I'm going to ask Gemini. Okay, I don't understand why you think we would need a paid API. Isn't the only thing we're really getting is the like when you search in a ticker, all it's coming back with is like the current price, right? So, I mean, don't a lot of free APIs like I've already used provide that information already? Like, I don't understand why I would need to get a paid API unless there's more going on than I understand, like more data that we need to fetch than just the current price. So let me know what you think and if there's something that I'm not understanding. Yeah, I see what it's saying. Okay, so essentially, when I first was like talking about this idea with Gemini, it was thinking like, if we want to get the entire list of real-time option chains, like list every single strike and expiry, like every single, option of options that you could buy. Apparently, to get that information, this is good for me to know. You need a really high tier paid API. But all we're doing now, since we already like did this, like this ended up being like programmed in a way that I think is better from the original like suggestion. So it's not necessary to get all that information. Because a beginner, that's going to be like, I think over a beginner's head anyway too. And this is going to be way better for beginners to just like be able to adjust this stuff and see how it affects like how much you would make from an option. And then once you understand that, then it would make more sense to then go and you can just check for free on any kind of like options brokerage site. That's strange that like all the options are all most of the brokerage sites have options data for free on there. So I'm surprised that the APIs, that must be a big like the options brokerage sites, that must be like a big feature that they're like all willing to pay extra for, even though you could just go on any other site and just look at it for free. But anyways, yeah, it's awesome. So all we actually need from the real world is the current stock price. And once we have that, our math engine handles the rest for free. Yes, awesome. Since we're building a simulator and not a day trading terminal, a slightly delayed price, usually 15 minutes, or a free quote is perfect. Yeah, we just need to know the price that day. We can use something like FinHub or AlphaVantage, or even a simple mock fetcher for the stream to keep things moving fast. So it's already giving me a prompt, and okay, so usually I would do mock data first and then add an API, but I think right now like mock data is really not necessary because everything's already built. So I'm wondering if it's better just to go straight to implementing an API. What do you think? Let's skip the training wheels since the UI and the math engine are already polished. Plugging into, well, the UI is not polished, but anyways, plugging into a real API now is the boss move. that turns this from a prototype into a functional tool. For a project like this, FinHub or AlphaVantage are the best choices because they give you a free API key instantly, and their real time quote endpoints are exactly what we need. So I think I'm gonna go with the FinHub. We're gonna build a service layer. This keeps your API key and fetching logic in one clean file. So if you ever want to switch data providers later, you only have to change one file instead of your whole app. Awesome. Okay, so the prompt says use FinHub or AlphaVantage. But I want to ask is like, and don't share your API key, but it's free, so it's not that big of a deal. So is the pro move to do the polish, like all the visual stuff before adding in an API? So they're saying in the professional world, there's two schools of thought, but for this specific project, the pro move is actually to finish the polish first. That's what I was thinking. Here's why. The sandbox safety net. Polishing while using static numbers is much faster. You don't have to worry about API rate limits, slow network responses, or loading states. While you're trying to figure out if a needle looks better in gold or yellow, you can break the UI 100 times without worrying about the data connection breaking too. The stream momentum, it's going to take longer. So yeah, that's another reason. The grand reveal from a content perspective, it's much more satisfying to show a beautiful polished app. I agree. So before we look up the real world wires, let's make sure the simulator feels like $100 a month product. Awesome. So now I also have to add the education too. But this will be first. So they're giving me a prompt to do card styling, glass morphism, like I've done with the other ones. Gauge animations. I'm not sure what this is. Adding a transition to the needle rotation. It gives a springy physical feel when it moves. Okay. Typography. Ensure all headers use a bold sans serif font, monospace font, empty state, initial view. Make the Sensei Insights box look like a terminal with a blinking cursor or a subtle typing effect. So yeah, I like this prompt. And I think I'm gonna have to change. As much as I'm like all about the kung fu, I don't know, that Sensei Insight, like I feel like people are gonna, not everybody understands what sensei means. And I think that might confuse people. I'll just change it to something that make more sense. Like maybe teacher's take. But either way, yeah, we got the next thing of code going, so I'll switch it over to the code. Going and flowing. Slide in a moonwalk. It's either cooking or it's moonwalking. But I feel like moonwalking means like going backwards, so you come up with some better analogies. All right, well that's working. I'm gonna look at yeah, life and business and vibe coding. Um, especially vibe coding too. It's the art of allowing. So this is like one of the 3 core laws. Essentially, like not letting go of resistance, right? Allowing well-being to flow naturally rather than trying to control outcomes. So like yeah, like that's like a ancient truth is like well-being is like the natural flow. Like everything naturally is like it's like happy and like well-being state of mind. And that only changes like the bad mind comes and like the frustration and the anger comes from like resisting and trying to force. So essentially like, you know, writing these code and doing the vibe coding, right? Like I'm staying in my lane and I'm doing stuff that is like, you know, trying to do just a little bit more than I'm like have done before. But if I find something that is like, you know, I don't understand it and it's out of my lane and I'm just like running into obstacles, like I was trying to hook up music to the stream yesterday and it was just like one problem after the other. And by like the 5th problem, I was like, man, as much as I want music on here right now, I'm like, this is just not flowing. So I'm gonna step back and I'm gonna just like go back to what is flowing, and that's like doing the streams and like creating apps. And then when I let that go, and I'm sure if I, you know, I still it'd be nice to have music, but just gotta like find a different way. Just take a break from that and find a way to get it next time. So I'm sure I'll figure it out. That's just not the right flow for right now. So cooked for 2.5 minutes. Let's see. Back to the browser. Yeah, I see. That's cool. Um, I feel like the numbers should not be like in front of the gauge. It's harder to read. Or the yeah, I like how the numbers like match the color and everything, but it's just harder to read it when it's like right behind the gauge. Maybe it should just be like right under it. Yeah, and then feel like should be like option gauge, the name of the app in the middle, and then the ticker right underneath that. And the master profit gauge should be centered. And then the numbers that are written over the needle should be like right underneath the needle so they're not overlapping anything. All right. All right, I like those changes. It's looking better. There's still a few more things I'd like to change. So right now it says the name of the app, option gauge. It does not say the subtitle. I want it to say the name and the subtitle, and I want that to be centered on the top. Then right underneath that, centered, I want the search ticker box. Then the gauges have numbers that are overlapping over the actual needle of the gauge. And I think to make it cleaner, it would probably look better if it was like underneath the gauge so that it was not overlapping anything. So essentially, I guess, can you write a prompt to make those changes? Stack the title and subtitle. Search bar, user's primary action, placing it front and center right under the title. Makes it the focal point. The number repositioning will move the data labels, profit percentage, etc. Below the SVG gauges, this avoids the needle overlapping text look, which often happens when things get crowded. So yeah, that's good. Making sure the app matches that. And it does. So back to the code. I forgot to change the sensei thing. So once this is done running, the layout should feel balanced. And we're cleaning up the command center, centering the brand and putting the search bar right where the eyes naturally land. Also had a little UI clutter where the numbers were overlapping the needles, moving those labels underneath the gauges. It's a much cleaner medical grade diagnostic look. Now the needle has the whole stage to itself. All right. So yeah, if you're just tuning in, essentially I'm building a another investing app for beginner investors. This one is for options. So essentially it's for like beginners into options. I would say beginner investors should start with just making like regular buys, and then once they understand that, then move to options. But then when it's time to options, pretty much that's cool thing. I feel like I pretty much covered like the majority of like the real essential beginner investment things that a beginner investor would want to know for just like buying an actual stock. So I did like all the main technical indicators, and then I started doing stuff like looking at like whales, like other people, like what are they buying, like who's making big buys and big sells to give more information. So everything is essentially just like add up all the tools, and then you get like a much more clear picture of what's more likely to happen. in the future for a stock, and when is a better time for a beginner to buy, which is the main thing that a beginner should focus on, one thing at a time. When's the best time to buy a stock? And all these tools help with that. And now I'm going into like more, more complicated options buying is like way more complicated than just like buying an option is way more complicated than just buying a stock. But this is an app for beginners for options. So the next step, I'm gonna go check the browser, see how it looks. Um, that looks better, but I still see like I want to put this master profit gauge should be in the middle. What do they got to do to put the gauge in the middle and still have all this information here? It's like a lot of space. Either put the gauge in between there, or that might be weird though if the gauge is in the middle of that. I think they should just be closer together with no space, and the gauge should just be in the middle. But for these, yeah, they're looking right. Sure about that flashing box at the end. Almost makes it look like you can write something there, but that's not for that. So yeah, basically putting the master profit gauge in the middle, changing sensei's take to teacher's take, and oh yeah, the education station at the bottom for sure. Okay. Um, so yeah, right now just putting the gauge in the middle and changing sensei's take to teacher's take. All right. All right, almost getting there. So the master profit gauge is like on the left side of the card, and then the rest of the card is really stretched out. Like the option price, there's a bunch of space between the price, and the entry cost, there's a bunch of space in between that, the label and the actual cost. So what I want to do is have the master profit gauge in the middle, and then I want that other information to be where you think it would make sense most logically, but I don't want like that massive space in between the like the label and the actual like price. And then the explanation part, where it says like you've likely doubled your money or more. I think that should be like centered at the bottom underneath everything in that card. And also on the explanation part in the cards, there's like a flashing white box. And I do not like that there. I want that removed. So I guess let me know if you think that you have any suggestions to make my suggestions better. And and if not, go ahead and just create the prompt. Yeah. So they're saying the massive space issue happens when the UI elements are just dumped into a container without a specific grid or flex layout. Feels like a loose website rather than a tight professional dashboard. We're going to tighten the master card so it feels like a unified piece of hardware. We'll put the gauge in the center, tuck the secondary metrics neatly to the sides or just below it, and clean up that sensei insight at the bottom. Also, that flashing white box is likely a CSS animation artifact or a cursor simulation that didn't quite land. We'll strip that out for a clean, stable look. All right. So on to the next code step. Yeah. And I just remembered I've not been pushing and saving to GitHub. But that's okay. I'll just make sure to do it before I hook up the API. Because usually what I found is I get the most problems with the API. So I'm going to make this right, and then I'm going to create a new repository on GitHub, push this over to GitHub, and do the API. Let's talk about making changes to the different cards when I think it should have just made the one change to the master, unless they're talking about changing the name, but I did not see that in the prompt, so it's all right. We'll see what happens. There we go. Back to the browser. Yeah, that looks better. Maybe the these percentage numbers need to be out of the way. I'm thinking too, yeah, something that's going to happen when I put in the API with the cost is I don't think it's going to have like the entry cost for the actual options. But I'll wait to see what happens when I put that in. So I want to change it from sensei's take to teacher's take and add in the education part at the bottom. But otherwise, yeah, also I want to take for beginners off of the options time machine. But yeah, let's see. Okay. On the master profit gauge, the numbers minus 100% is partially hidden by the actual gauge, and 0% at the top does not look like it's centered and it's kind of close to the gauge, and the plus 1000% is not centered underneath that end of the gauge, and it's being partially covered by the gauge. So essentially move these numbers just a little bit so that that the 0% at the top is centered and that all of them are not being covered by the gauge. do that, and then also change everywhere it says Sensei's take to teacher's take. Yep, and I'm looking at the labels under the other ones. Those are going to need to be changed too, but I'll just do this one at a time. Okay. Change Sensei's take or Sensei card to teacher's card or teacher's take. Calibrate the gauge. Slightly expand the view box or add padding to the SVG container. Huh. Yeah, let's see what it does. Back to the code. Yeah, get in there. And usually I wouldn't be like so picky about like this kind of stuff, but I feel like it just makes it look really bad, and it's also covering like key numbers that a beginner is gonna want to see not covered. And the Sensei thing from the start, I was like, man, that's cool, but yeah, I think that might confuse people, like not knowing what that means. So yeah, moving through it. Yeah, all right. Oh, it's time to compact the conversation. All right. Yep. I notice that happens about the same time every stream. And it even takes tokens to compact the conversation, but it's like nothing. Yeah, I'm gonna check again. I really feel like I didn't need the max plan, but like I can probably switch to the $100 plan next month. Let's see. Settings. Yeah, so I could just go into like settings on Claude LLM and then go to usage. Yeah, like current session 2% used. I'd probably be, if I was on the $20 plan though, I'd probably be getting really close to the current session usage, the weekly limits. Reset Thursday at 8. Oh, so yeah, just reset. So I'm at 0%. So wow, yeah, I don't even think I would have gone through 50% of the last week's limit. But yeah, I'm wondering what kind of projects other people are doing that they would need the $200 a month plan, because definitely the $20 was not enough for what I'm doing, but so far the 200 is too much. But it's all good because now I know. And I still got like Still got like 2 weeks, so probably find some way to use up extra limits. Either making these apps better, or I don't know, maybe just cleaning up all the files. Like, that's going to be a good project to figure out. Like, I'll probably just go into to Claude or Gemini and be like, hey, I got all this extra data. Like, got any suggestions on how to use it to make everything better? Or what kind of projects in the future like would take more data? Just have an understanding of that. So yeah, looks like we're getting there. Getting where over here, over there. All right, checking it out, the browser. Yeah, way better looking. Still, these are kind of covered. Yeah, I definitely want those not to be covered because it's hard to read, and they should be bigger text too. Like OTM, beginners are not going to know that means out of the money. ITM, they're not going to know that means in the money. Okay. That's the last change that I see for the this part for how it looks. All right, the last change I can see for like how this part of the app looks is similar to what I just changed on the master gauge for like the price, the time, and the volatility gauges. The text that is on like, you know, the red part of the gauge and the green part of the gauge, it's too small and it's partly covered by the gauge itself. So it needs to be a little bit of space and make the text bigger so it's easier to read. Also, for the price gauge, it says OTM and ITM, and I don't think beginners are going to know what that means. So instead of OTM, just write out of the money, and instead of ITM, write in the money, and create a prompt to do these things. Yeah, feeling like perfectionist. But yeah, these are things like there's probably so many more changes I could even make to this, but I think these are just like the most important so a beginner is not confused. And all right, finishing the no beginner left behind update, killing the acronyms instead of OTM and ITM, which sounds like a secret code. We're writing out of the money and in the money. We're also blowing up the font size of the pillars. If you're looking at this on a small phone screen, you shouldn't have to squint to see your risk. Clear, bold, and easy to understand. That's how we build trust. Awesome. So back to the code. Yeah, just gonna add the education station and then link up the API, and that's gonna be the real test. When I link up the API, does it like jive with the way the data is set up? And there's already one thing I'm thinking that's gonna be a problem, but I won't know until I get there. So yeah, not too long, almost there. Almost to the main step, which is linking the actual data, and then try it for like for in real life to see if it's what I want it to be and it matches my vision, and then I would have fulfilled this mission. So it's like the inspiration station. The education station sounds so stupid to me sometimes when I say it over and over again. But I know it's catchy, and I know like beginners would see that on one app and be like, "Oh, I like the education station," and they would remember that. Like, how do you forget that? So I need to do like the inspiration station app, and it's like inspires people just to make different projects. Um, okay, so yeah, out of the money and in the money are overlapping. They need to be spread out more so they're centered underneath the gauge for sure. That's the only thing I see with this. All right, everything looks good with that except for one thing. Out of the money and in the money are overlapping. So it looks like they're trying to kind of like center it underneath the gauge, but I think that both of those pieces of text should be centered underneath like each end of the gauge that they would be with. And now that I say that, I notice that even on the master gauge and the other two gauges, it's the same thing. The numbers or the text underneath that would mark each end of the gauge is not really centered to that end of the gauge. So what I want you to do is simply center the text on each gauge that so that center the text on each gauge that aligns with each end of the gauge so that it's centered to its corresponding end of that gauge, and create a prompt to do this. All right, like I definitely, this is not one of my favorite parts, like making sure everything looks right, mainly because it's like so easy. I mean, like it's important, but I like getting into like the difficult stuff, like getting into data and like creating new things that like no one's created, and this is important though. Okay, mission, precision label alignment, all gauges. Resolve the overlaps, padding check, and adjust the text anchoring. I see what it's saying. Okay, here we go. Back to the browser. Get into the final boss like Bowser. If I was from the UK, I would be wearing some trousers. um, let's see. Yeah, I want to go back into more teachings, more teachings of abundance. Yeah, so kind of to sum up what I've been like, the teachings I've already been saying about abundance is like at any time, you can just clear your mind when you're in a bad vibration, when you got bad mind, and you can just think about something that you really enjoy in life. Think about your favorite thing in life. Think about something that would bring you the most pleasure, and just like close your eyes and put your mind there and just think about that. Just imagine yourself doing that. And that's like instant clean slate, like going on Claude Code and being like I just made a mistake. Clear the project, go back to the last place where it was good. And yeah, just being aware of where your mind's at. Awareness. Awareness is the key to where you want to be. And repetition is the key to change. So to reprogram paradigms, getting back to like another way to say like reprogram your vibe, reprogram your vibration. You must repeatedly expose your subconscious to new ideas through affirmations, visualization, and study. Reading the same material over and over is intentional. So, like with this coding, doing these apps over and over every day, like I'm doing, is essentially programming my subconscious and conscious mind to build these. Because I can already tell certain things, like my subconscious mind is already like driving, right? You start driving, you got to think about every single step, every single turn, thinking about like 10 things at once. Same thing with this vibe coding. Now I'm getting to the point where some of it is just like, I know exactly what to do. I don't even have to think about it. All right, so that update went through. Checking the, I was on the browser. So yeah, that this update went through, showing what it did, what I had to do. Now I go to the browser, check it out. All right, not exactly what I was thinking, but it fixed the main problem of overlap. So now I just want to do education station. Awesome. All right, I think everything looks good enough for the this part of the app that we've already made. So the next thing I want to do before the API is add the education station part. And essentially I want it to be underneath everything, and start by giving me a list of everything you think should be included in the education part. And like the other apps, we will do this in cards, so that will be like one card for each like teaching or piece of information. Get there. It's going to turn it from a dashboard to a full-fledged learning platform. Gives the user a place to study the concepts they just witnessed in the simulator. This card should be bite-sized and focused on mental models, how to think rather than just definitions. So got the looks like they're using all their weird analogies. The melting ice cream for the theta explains that options are wasting assets. Every day you hold, a little bit of value melts away, regardless of stock price. The goalposts out of the money explains that if you're out of the money, you're betting on a probability. The further out of the money you are, the faster the stock has to move to catch up. Market nervousness, the vega, explains that when the market is scared, option prices go up like insurance in a storm. That's actually a good analogy. All right. When things calm down, the vol crush happens. The volume crush. Yeah, I don't. Beginners are not going to know that. Volatility crush. Okay, I think that's what they're trying to say. And then the power of leverage, the delta, explains why a 1% move in a stock can lead to a 50% move in an option. It's like a financial magnifying glass. The expiration cliff, explain what happens at 0 days. It's the moment of truth where the option either becomes a real stock or zero. So the only thing I want to change is I think melting ice cream is not that big of a deal. People understand it. The vol crush part, that needs to be better explained. Okay. So I'm going to, instead of having it rewrite this prompt to better explain the vol crush, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give it the prompt for the education part. And then I'm going to go and make the changes to the text that is confusing. All right. Back to the code. Gotta get some food. I'll be right back. Yeah, the natural food. So we built the time machine. Now we're building the manual. We're adding the education station at the bottom. We're not just giving people a tool, teaching them how to use it. We've got cards for melting ice cream and the fear premium. Turns the Greeks, the alpha, the theta, or no, sorry, the theta, the vega, and the delta. That's the Greeks. Um, Sounds like some like mafia stuff. I remember reading about why they called it that at one time, but I don't remember anymore. Um, we got the cards for, and it turns the Greeks from scary math into stories you can actually remember. All right, check it out. I like the emojis they put on it too. Awesome. So the one part that I was concerned about for the Vega, the volatility crush, it's like they fixed it already. It's like they didn't even like put down what they originally put down, and then they realized. So yeah, this definition doesn't say anything about vol crush. It explains what it's supposed to explain in a way beginners can understand it. But what I want to do is include a card that explains the master profit gauge. So essentially explains how all the three Greeks work together. I want to add one more card that explains the master profit gauge. I want to essentially explain how the three Greeks work together and how that affects the master profit gauge. Yeah, this is super important. Okay. Great. Copying and pasting that prompt into the code. As long as this looks right, it's going to be time to make the first save. Push it to GitHub. All right, we'll check it out. I think that title of that new card just needs to be centered. And there should be more information. To win, your engine must pull harder than the thief can steal. What? Yeah, definitely rephrase that. Okay. All right, for the master scorecard. I like how it's centered like above the other scorecards and it's like stretched out. However, I want the master scorecard and the subtitle to be centered on the card. And for the lesson, the analogy used is very confusing to me, and I'm not even a beginner. So I want to change the analogy to just basically like for the lesson, don't use an analogy. Just use like the simplest way you can explain what the analogy is explaining. And then I think for the the text is talking about think of your profit as a three-way tug of war, and then there's a few more sentences. But I think there should be a little bit more text to like give a more in-depth explanation. So I guess let me know what you think I should do for these changes, and if I agree, then I will have you write the prompt. Is way simpler. As the stock moves towards your target, the value of your option increases. Yep. The time decay. Every day that passes, a portion of the option's value disappears because there is less time for that stock to move. The volatility factor. If the market expects big moves, you pay a premium. If the market calms down, that premium vanishes. The net calculation. Your profit is the stock price gains minus the cost of time and adjusted by market fear. Yeah, I agree. Awesome, it already wrote the prompt for me. So back to the code. Put this in. I'm going to start a GitHub. All right. Just created the repository for this app. Go back to the browser. In simple terms, you are fighting against the clock. Even if the stock goes up, you can still lose money if it doesn't move fast enough to outpace the daily cost of time. Your total profit is price gain minus time decay plus or minus the volatility change. Yes. So now it explains, like, I feel like a beginner can go on here and within like 5 minutes, they will have a way better understanding of how options work than like anything I've ever seen in my life. And it's and the like main feature. Well, that's actually the theta. So the main problem that we found is that they don't understand, the beginners do not understand the time aspect of theta. And that's like centered. I like how that theta is centered right underneath that. And the bars are scrolling better. Before I had to like click to like a spot. Now I can just slide it. And they're all, I like how they're all linked up too. Like before I was thinking of doing just like separate sliders for each one. But I think this makes more sense. It's way more like realistic. Okay, so I'm about to do what I gotta do to put the push through. I'm just gonna copy the URL that I got from GitHub, and I'm going to give that to Gemini and have it create a prompt for me. In the past, I used to like copy these like lines of code that I get from GitHub and manually put them in, and I found it's way easier. Because then like Gemini would, to create a prompt, would be like, okay, just go and get your URL and paste it in this prompt. So now instead of doing that, I'll just take the URL, give it to Gemini, and tell it to use that to create the prompt. All right, I'm ready for the API step, but before I do that, I want to save this and push it to GitHub. So I just created a repository on GitHub for this project, and I'm about to paste the URL it gave to me. So go ahead and use that to create a prompt for Claude Code to push this to GitHub. And it always wants to say get home instead of GitHub. Yeah. Paste the URL. Make up the prompt. Like I was saying before, it probably would have been better to like save it more along the way, but for today, by the time I thought of that, most of the changes I was making after that were super simple, like design changes. So I figured I would just wait, do it before the API, because that's where I'm most likely to encounter the most problems. And essentially when I'm pushing it now, it's saving it where it's at. So if there is some weird problem that just like messed the whole thing up, It'd be way easier just to go back to the saved version of where it's at right now, most cases, than to like ask Claude to reverse what it did essentially. Yeah, getting better every day. Create more value, as I was saying, every way. So I can't go astray from the vision and the mission. And abundance is what I'm wishing and living. And thanks is what I'm giving. That's why I stay winning. Right. So now I can just go check on GitHub to refresh it. And if it shows the files, yes, it does, then it worked. Okay. All right, on to the next cut. Next track. Next song. Next vision. Next green light. See if I got FinHub saved on here. No, but I'll just look it up. Let me make sure it's easy to find. The API. See, I go to FinHub, make sure it like save my password and everything. Yeah, it must be logged in automatically. Get free API key. Yep, same one. I'm logged in. Awesome. Awesome. Okay, so we're using FinHub. FinHub doesn't work, then I'll try AlphaVantage. If the AlphaVantage doesn't work, then I'll try Polygon. I'm starting to like I memorize and I know all the different APIs now. Yeah, I feel like this is so important to for learning, to be building things that are kind of in the same niche, or not kind of, but are in the same niche, because there's going to be probably like whatever you're looking at, there's going to be multiple different APIs to try, and like multiple styles of stuff to build, and you can just kind of try something different with each app. And it's so important to understand these APIs and how they're different from each other, for based on like what it is you're trying to do, because mostly they're all the same, but there are some like small nuances with these different APIs, and essentially knowing what those are before especially you get into more complicated projects will save you a lot of time and errors. So yeah, understanding the different APIs that you have available to you and what they do is going to help you a ton. All right. Make sure so before going up. So, all right, it's time to back up the truck. We built the option gauge UI from the ground up and it's looking incredible. We're pushing the whole project, or I just did, to GitHub. This is the foundation. Once this is live, we're going to wire up the real-time stock data and bring this thing to life. Yeah, okay. All right, I just found my FinHub API key. So FinHub is the first API that I want to try. Go ahead and create a prompt for Claude Code to let it know that I'm using FinHub for the API, and tell it to do its thing. So it's going to set up the env local file. This file is super important for API keys because it's going to keep it hidden from the code itself, but the app will still be able to use it to get the data. It's telling me before I run the prompt, create a file in the project folder. No, I'm going to tell you what to do. I'm going to tell you to include in the prompt to create that file. Okay, what I want you to do is rewrite that prompt. So it includes that Claude Code should create that env local file and the correct label for the FinHub API key inside the file. Go ahead and write the new prompt. I run AI. AI doesn't run I. AI is working for me, not the other way around. AI is not creating the vision, I am. So it's doing a few things here. Maybe I could have done it one at a time, but we'll see. I don't think this is going to be a problem, but we'll see. So now I'm looking at these universal laws, because you got to know certain laws. And I don't remember being taught any of this stuff in school. It's all about self-education and self-study, right? It's like, are you the one that's like creating your own vision? Are you the one that's learning what you want to learn? Or is someone else telling you what to learn? Teaching you things the way that they want to teach it to you. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. Like, you know, you go to get an education on certain things from other people, and that's cool and everything, but you got to be careful to make sure that you're still staying with your original vision. And the man who I learned this from, Bob Proctor, he came from the lineage of Napoleon Hill. So that was his main teacher, right? So like it's like a lineage, like a line. Like I'm always seeing like who's the teacher before me and who was their teacher. And essentially, yeah, I remember Proctor, man. He would carry around a book, Think and Grow Rich, from Napoleon Hill, and he still had the exact same original copy that he had, and that thing was like tattered and falling apart. But he learned through that. It's all about like daily study and personal development. And this is like major. Like if you want to, you know, you make yourself, you invest in yourself. That's like longevity, right? Like all this investing in stocks and everything, that's awesome. But at the end of the day, you invest in yourself and you're going to become a better investor in the stocks. Even investing in health. Like a lot of, if you look at a lot of like, especially like experienced, like advanced stock people, trader people, like one thing I notice is they're all in like really good shape. They understand how important it is to have your health on point for like optimal decision making. Like you see me drinking all this water, eating like natural foods and stuff, right? Jumping up and down, keeping my energy up. It's all like when I'm doing this process, I'm like thinking better, thinking clearer, making better decisions. So anyways, it's talking about it did what I wanted it to do. Got to change the screen of the browser so that I can put in the API key, even though it's free. Just get in the habit of making sure that I don't do it on the stream, because one day I'll get the paid and then I'll understand the way to link it up, right? Essentially, the time it took it to do that whole prompt and include for it to build the file with the label in that file, I probably would have taken me just that long to like create the file and the label. And also when you put anything in a new file, there's going to be a white dot next to it until you save it, which on Windows for me is leave Control S. Yep, Control S. Okay, so now I'm gonna cover up that, and okay, I just put in the API. So we're automating the boring stuff. I'm having the AI create my environment config and link it straight to the FinHub servers. We're officially plugged into the matrix now. Once this runs, every ticker we type is going to pull real-time data from the actual market. No more guessing. This is live. All right, I ran the prompt, and then I just put in the API key and saved it. So what is the next step? I'm going to guess and say that all I got to do is hit npm run dev. And then the stress test. That's the professional terminology. Since I've got the wires connected, need to make sure the brain, the Black-Scholes math, and that's how the math that calculates options works, is actually talking to the heart, the FinHub API. If it's working the moment I type in a ticker, the entire dashboard should shift its gravity to that stock's price. So, saying just try the search. All right. It says live. I guess it's working. So we can look at NVIDIA, and let's say I bought an option right here. Wonder if that information changes. Oh, wow. Yeah, it does. That is awesome. Okay. So not only does it show like the changes in the price if you buy an option, but it's going to show like beginners might not understand what I'm explaining, but it's going to show when you change like the price, like especially like the time to decay. Like let's say you buy an option that is 55 days. The price is going to change. And that's huge for people to understand this, especially beginners. Volatility will change that too. So essentially, yeah, I think it's working. I think it's definitely doing what it's supposed to be doing. And the next step essentially would be for beginners to I should just try a few more stocks. Make sure it not only does the big ones. So like Nvidia, Ford, and I'll try like Coinbase. So like something like the smaller stocks too are going to be usually more volatile, like Coinbase right now. So higher volatility, less time on Coinbase. Say you only get like a 6.5% move, which is that'd be really big for like Apple, but for Coinbase, that would be very, very normal. That could happen within your, how many days did I set this to? 9 days. That's very, very not too out of line at all for for Coinbase to make a 6.5% move within 9 days. So essentially, you can see like buying an option, you're taking bigger risks because there's more like factors like the time and the volatility. But a 6.5% move in the green would be 616% move on an option. So you can see why like options are so much more profitable when you get it right. It's just more risk, more reward. But yeah, I think this makes it for beginners easier for beginners to understand, definitely. Yeah, this is good. I really like this. Another app done. It was fun, but it's not done yet. There's still more things I want to do. At least like the main feature is done. Now I'm going to show you what I can do to like make it better, make it more professional, do the audit, clean it up, maybe even do a security test. All right. So going to get into the next step. All right. Here we go. Going with the flow, doing what I know. So next step will be push this to GitHub. All right, so the data is live. Now we're making it smart. We just added ticker memory. If I accidentally refresh the page, I don't want to lose my setup. We're also adding a pulse, a visual heartbeat that tells us exactly when the market data hits the app. It's starting to feel like a real trading desk now. Yeah, it is. Did the numbers jump to life when I put in the first ticker? If the math is moving, run the persistence prompt and you'll have a tool that's ready for the public. As far as I see, I think that this is connected. It says that it's live. It's pulling up bigger stocks and also like lower stocks like Coinbase. And it seems to me like all the data, I'm not checking it with actual options data, but it looks to me that it's right. Like everything, when I move one gauge, it seems like it's adjusting right. I don't really understand. What was your suggestion for running the persistence prompt? What does that do? So if the gauges are moving correctly, when I switch between a $12 stock and a $200 stock, the math engine is officially talking to the real world. Persistence is basically a long-term memory for the app, like caching, I'm guessing. So right now, if I find a really cool setup for Coinbase, what I just searched, and I accidentally hit refresh on the browser, or I close the tab and come back later, the app will likely reset to its default state. With the persistence prompt, here's what happens. Oh, this is something new. I've never done this before. I've done caching, but this is not caching like I thought it was. So the save game effect. Every time you type a ticker or move a slider, the app whispers that info into the browser's local storage. And the welcome back. When I open the app tomorrow, it says, oh, hey, you were looking at Coinbase at 210 with 30 days left. And it automatically loads that exact same screen for you. And I can see why this didn't really make sense to do all that with the other apps, but there's like so much more information to like fine tune on this one that it makes more sense to do this. So it makes the app feel like a website and more like a tool that respects the user's time. We're giving this app another brain. Right now it has a 5-second memory. If I refresh, it's gone. We're adding persistence so the app remembers exactly what ticker and what Greek settings that you were using. It's the difference between a toy and a professional workspace. Awesome. Probably should have pushed to GitHub, but this is not that difficult. It shouldn't be. All right, back to the code. Right, so yeah, if you're just tuning in, we started this with like just an idea, or I started this with just an idea to do like an options trading app for beginners, into options. And really the only kind of like vision that I had to start it was like something where like it would list like the different what they call the Greeks. I'll show you. So the Greeks are the delta, which is the price, the theta, which is the time, and the vega, which is the volatility. And essentially, I did some research to find the major pain points for beginners when it comes to options, and their major pain point was understanding the vega, the time, like how time affects an options. Like most beginner traders, like it's easy for them to understand, like the price changes over time and like volatility, like the effect that has. But most beginners end up like losing because a lot of times they'll hold on to an option for a long time and the price will finally move in their direction, and then they check their profits and it's like nothing, and they're like, what's going on? And it's like, oh, you put on so much time that as that time went by and that move didn't happen, by the time it happened, like it, I mean, more time is less risky in a sense that you got more time for your move to happen, but if it doesn't happen until too much time passes by, then you're gonna lose. So basically, that was the main problem that I found. Did the systematic steps behind me, and yeah, we did the problem, the solution, and then named the app. So then when I made something different is I was able to get my Claude MD, which is like it's like a file that has the same style that I want to use for all these apps. And I used to like manually, well, not manually, but I would have Gemini make a prompt for like each new app I was doing in the past to start it and like let it know all the different style rules. But now what I did was I had Claude I just gave Claude that information this time, and I had it create a file, Claude MD, or like a style file, and I told it like put it in my folder that has all these apps for this like 30 apps in 30 days, all the finance apps, and then and then just use that for like the style guide, so I don't have to give you the style instructions. So now each time I start a new app, instead of giving it those style instructions, I can just tell it, go check the Claude MD file. It's in the whatever folder that has these apps in it, and just apply that. So it's like I'm finding all these ways to like use different files, and like just every day I'm trying to focus on one thing to make this process smoother and better, and then I'm updating my system as I go. So you can look back and you can see like my earlier videos, like the system's going to be, there were a lot more steps, and it was a lot more complex and complicated. And I mean, yeah, today's awesome because I'm like halfway through day 15, the phase 1, and feel like I made so much progress, like way more than I could have ever imagined. But I know like this is only halfway through this process, and I'm gonna be able to get this like system down so good, and everyone in the audience can see, can watch, and use the same system if they want. So yeah, that'll help you get to where you want to be and build what you want to see. And essentially, I can tell right now, like when I first started this, I was like thinking like I was gonna do the 30 apps, and I was like by then I should like hopefully have like a really good understanding of like how to make stuff to move on to the next phase. But I feel like I'm really close to that right now. So I know for sure, like there's no doubt right now in my mind that by the time I'm done with these 30 apps, like I'll have the system down, and I'll just be ready to make really awesome things, whatever that'll be for the next step. It'll be revealed to me at the right time, I'm sure. I already got some kind of ideas, but I won't know till it's the time. So stay tuned to see what the next phase is going to be. All right, it looks like that was done. So really the only way I would know would be to like, that this made its change is I would have to like search for a ticker. Yep, refresh the page, and then they will be restored. Awesome. So we can try that. So I'm going to search a new ticker. Oh, there's no one there. Awesome. So this time I'm going to try Fubo, another stock that I'm buying again. I bought it like, man, back in like maybe 2024 when it was at this like same price, and then sold it like a couple months later. Another company like bought part of them out, merged with them or something like that, and it did like a 5x. And I took most of my profit. Started buying a little bit too early, but for the most part, now is like right where I was like buying it before. It's like back down to that same level. Okay, so here's Fubo, and can adjust some of these numbers. So like make it a little bit more volatile. Say that there's a little bit less time. So that'll be like more gain. Like less time is like more risk, more reward. Then let's say the price, we buy an option where we assume the price is going to change 10% in the next 15 days. And it's like right in the middle range of like, you know, how volatile it is. Okay, so did that gauge? I want to make sure this gauge is moving. Yeah, it looks like the master profit gauge is not moving now. Okay. Let me try a different stock and see if it does that. Yep, I see what happened. Okay. This changed something to where the master gauge is not moving, and neither is the delta. So the delta gauge and the master gauge are not moving now. Okay. Yep, I should have I thought that was going to be easy, but I should have definitely pushed that to GitHub before I put in this this new prompt. All right, so it looks like with that new prompt, it's making it now. So when I change the different gauges, the needle on the master profit gauge is not moving, and also the needle on the oh, that one's moving. So yeah, I think it's just the master profit gauge is not moving. So create a prompt to essentially fix this error and possibly even see like what the problem was, unless you think you already know what it was. So I just want to make sure, like I'm going to check one more. NVIDIA. All right, so I check NVIDIA. Now it's moving. I think it might have just been because that specific stock, based on where I had the settings. Yeah, that's what it was. So no, it's working. Good thing I checked that other stock because there was nothing wrong with it. Yeah, because the volatility. Okay, because I'm changing the volatility, but that doesn't really. Oh yeah, because it's over 1,000%. That would make sense. The way I set it up, over 1,000% profit. The gauge is set up so it only goes from, you know, it can't go down. The price can't go down more than 100%, but it can go up more than 100%. So it can go up more than 1,000%. But I got the gauge set at 1,000. So yeah, that's something to remember if you're like considering shorting something. You know, like doing an options like put instead of a call. If you're trying to short, you really are. If you're shorting something and trying to make money off it going down, your highest amount you can make is 100%. But going up, sky's the limit. All right. So this should be right. Yup, definitely is working. I just had the settings to where it was like over 1,000%. So, because I think it was because I had the time so low. So that made it super risky. So like the lower the time is, um, yeah, as long as the price is positive. If it's negative, yup. Okay, awesome. That works. So say the price is positive, when I move the time up, it should be like right now, if you had it like this much of a delta for a price change of 3%, and you put it on 7 days for the Vega, or I mean the Theta, you would make 567% if you hit that. So now let's say you move it to like, way more days, it should go down for your percentage you would make. Weird. So it went up, but oh, okay, I see what it's saying. Yeah, if you start there and then like as it gets more risky as it goes, that would be the price that you would pay to buy it originally. Okay, so it's not looking at, okay, it's looking at like how it would affect your buy price for that option. That makes sense then. Um, okay, I want to push this to GitHub. And yeah, I'll make sure to put the link up for this app too for anyone to use for the next stream. And go ahead, anyone can use it for free. Let me know any essentially like any questions, comments, anything you think would be better, anything you think would be good to change. And yeah, you can use it. So I'm gonna get the push to GitHub. All right, everything looks good right now. So what I want to do is push this to GitHub before I do the next step. Create a prompt for that. Back to the code. So what's up, Humble? Just building a option gauge, the options time machine for beginners. And essentially this is for beginner investors who want to learn about options, buying options or selling options. And what I did was I looked at the major pain points that beginners have when it comes to learning about options, and I made sure to address those for this project. And the main one that they have is in regards to, all right, yeah, that went through. I just want to make sure this pushed to GitHub real quick. Refresh it. It should show. It says 33 minutes ago. Oh, I didn't give it the prompt. That's why. There we go. So yeah, this is basically a tool for investors. If you want to learn about options, you want to learn how to get more abundance. Um, it's got all the different. It's like a gauge tool. I've never made a gauge tool before. So essentially, a gauge tool has these. Go back to the browser. It's got these gauges that I can move, and it adjusts like the needle like a speedometer. And essentially, all with options, you have like 3 different factors that determine the how options work, and like how the price of an option will change based on these 3 factors. So essentially, like they're all tied together. You can move the gauge to like match whatever condition that you're looking at to better understand it. And as you like adjust these 3 gauges, it goes to the master gauge. And this master gauge tells you like, what kind of profit you're looking at, what the price of the option should be, and just basically everything that like, everything that a professional options tool would have. But this is like designed way better. Like I think before AI, like every options tool I've seen, I haven't really looked at any recently, but it would have been probably before AI. If you look at it, it's just like lists full of like numbers, and like abbreviations of stuff that a beginner would have no idea. They would just look at it and be super confused. And if you would want to like figure out these like calculations, you would have to like do a decent amount of like work and research, and that comes before or after you even understand like what all these different things are. These different they're called the three Greeks: the delta, the theta, and the vega. And then also what I did was I did like education, so that explains everything. It explains the master profit gauge, and then it explains like each one of the Greeks, and also real time versus hope, which is essentially like explaining kind of more of like how options work. Like an options price has two parts: real value, how much it's worth if you exercised it right now. Exercise basically means like sell it, and the hope value, the chance that it could become worth more before expiration. So it's got like a timer on it, or you set the time based on what option you want to buy. Usually it's like the bigger the stock, like an Apple or Nvidia, the more like options you can pick from to buy. And usually like the smaller stocks have less options. But yeah, essentially, um, we're like, I think we're like through. This is like my vision. This is what I wanted. It's even better than what I considered. The build was like a process. This time I ran into new issues with the gauges and these speedometer like readers, and I learned a lot fixing that stuff, fixing like the link of it all together. This one, like, even though I just gave it that new the style folder, I felt like there was a lot of more problems than I'm used to. So I'm gonna like try to understand that when the stream is over, like what caused that. And now I'm looking at, oh yeah, I got to do the prompt for, just push it to GitHub real quick. So I'll go back to the code. And then I'm gonna put it to Vercel and install tracking, so I can see how often people use it, and what like features they're using the most. So essentially pushing this. Pushing this is going to save it where it's at right now. Because the next step I'm going to do is like an audit. And it's really important to save it before I do the audit. So the audit should like clean up a lot of stuff, but is more likely to cause like an issue or a problem. And it'd be much easier to solve them if I have it saved and I can just go back. Alright, so now I just go to GitHub, refresh it, make sure that it shows now, and it does for the main files. Awesome. Okay, so now I'm opening up Vercel, and add a new project. It's already showing the option gauge because it's linked to my GitHub. So I just click import. Now I got to show the browser so that I can copy and paste the API key and put that in environment variables. I just have to transfer the API key name, which is FinHub. Use the FinHub key for this one. And I just noticed something that I want to ask Gemini about. So before it says FinHub API key, it says next public. And I thought it was saying before that if next public is there, then that means the API key is not. I'll find out right now. So I just noticed that the API key says next public FinHub API key. And I think in the past you were telling me that if it says next public in front of it, that it's not private. Is that true? Gut instinct is 100% correct. I caught a classic security versus convenience trade-off. All right. In Next.js, any environment variable prefixed with next public is automatically bundled into the JavaScript sent to the user's browser. So if someone visits the site and opens the developer tools, they can technically find the API key in the network traffic or the source code, which is a good thing that I'm using free API keys because I'm still like learning this stuff. And for a small personal project or a learning stream, this isn't a big deal. But it does mean someone could steal your key to use for their own app, potentially hitting your free tier limits and shutting the app down, which is like I would just have to wait like another hour till the limit reset, and then I would know because like I have the what do you call it, analytics attached, and it wouldn't make sense for how many clicks there were to why the app was shut down. But either way, yeah, I'm just learning. This is good to know. So surprised it set it up like that, but you gotta catch this stuff sometimes. Sometimes it does weird stuff like this when it knows better. So instead of the browser talking directly to FinHub, it should talk to a middleman, an API route instead of the app. The server then talks to FinHub using a private key that never leaves the server. So they're giving me a prompt to change next public FinHub API key to FinHub API key. Awesome. And then create an API route, create a get handler that pulls the ticker from the search, update the service layer, and then make sure that the local file is not in GitHub, that anyone can see it. Awesome. Yeah, this is money. This definitely am learning about security and how to catch it. So this is something that if I would have done like I was planning a security audit at the end, it probably would have noticed it, but it's cool to know that I'm able to just like start to pick up on this stuff on my own. All right. And I'm going to check the well, the git ignore file was updated 43 minutes ago, so I don't think still gonna click it anyway. Yeah, it does not show the API key in git ignore. And yeah, good thing I didn't show the what you call it, the code screen, because it was showing the API key when I asked it to make that change. And it's kind of strange that it does that, like it should know better, but now I know it does that, so I made sure. But I mean, like it's saying, like it's not a big deal if someone did find it. Like I could just get use a different email address and generate a new free key. And what I plan on doing anyway is the apps that people are using, or however I decide to do it in the future. When I monetize it, I will get a paid API key. and that will have like way better data. It should be faster, and then there won't be the limits to where like a lot of people are using it and they do like, depending on the API key, there's different limits. It's usually per hour per search, or searches per hour. All right. Okay, I see what they're saying. Need to go and check the env local. Yep, they changed it. Awesome. And I just got to make sure to delete the next public part off of environment variables, and then I can deploy it on Vercel. So after I'm done deploying it on Vercel, oh yeah, first I also want to make sure that it's working still. So I refresh it, and it did what it's supposed to do. I refreshed it, and the same data that I had in before is still there. So that's awesome. I didn't even know. That's a brand new feature that I just didn't even know that you could do. So depending on the app, now I know, like in the future, like if it's an app where there's a lot of things going on and people like, you know, are setting something precisely, I can add a feature so that, you know, when you refresh the app, essentially it will save the last setting you had it on. So yeah, I learned a bunch of new things today. That's awesome. All right, so now we got the got it on Vercel, and it is live. We need to do a few more things. I want to do tracking. So Vercel is super easy for tracking. I started out with these apps doing Netlify instead of Vercel, and then Netlify didn't have its own tracking, or if it did, it wasn't on my free tier. And now now with Vercel, I can just go and let's see, can just go to the project I'm on, and there will be a button to click for, yep, I go to options gauge, and then analytics. Looks like they just changed their website. So it used to be at the top, now it's like a toolbar on the side. And then all I have to do is click enable once, and then enable again for the free tier. And then they give me a thing of code that I can copy, and then I'm going to give that to Gemini to have it create a prompt. I just got the analytics set up in Vercel, and I copied the code that they gave me. So I'm going to paste that here, create a prompt for Claude that will link up the analytics with the app. Yeah. Awesome. All right, so now what I want to do, go back to the overview. We'll test the analytic later. That's not a big deal. Okay, I want to do the audit. Especially today, I want to do an audit because I did so much like changes and problems and stuff like that I had to figure out. So over-engineered or under-engineered, and why? Now I want to do an audit. First, you tell me whether you think this app is over-engineered or under-engineered and why. And also create a prompt for Claude Code to do this same audit. It's a great moment to take a breath and look at the bones of what I built. Every developer goes through this audit phase to make sure they haven't built a fragile glass house or a massive tank that's too heavy to move. So, Gemini's verdict. It would categorize this app as right-sized with a professional edge. Why it's not over-engineered. I didn't build a generic stock app. I built a specific options learning tool. Every feature, the 3 pillars, the master gauge, the education station, serves that one goal. Smart security. Moving the API to the server side wasn't extra, it was a necessary safety step before going live. Simple stack. I used Next.js and Tailwind. These are industry standards that keep the code clean without needing 50 different libraries. Where it might be under-engineered. Data freshness. Currently it's a snapshot. I search. I get a price. A pro version would use WebSockets. Excuse me. WebSockets for a ticking live price heart rate. But yeah, for the most part, like that's really not that big of a deal. As long as it's showing like the daily price, this is really like more than enough for beginners to like really learn everything they would need to know that's important about options. Mobile edge cases, while it's responsive, complex SVGs like gauges can sometimes get squished on very small phones, like an iPhone SE. So validation, what happens if a user puts in a ticker for a company that doesn't have options? The math might return NaN, not a number, because it's missing data. And that's only going to be like really small cap stocks that probably are going to be super risky anyway. But what I want to do, that reminded me, I want to see what it looks like. If you want to get an idea of what your app looks like or whatever you're building on mobile phone, the easiest thing to do, other than like, typing it in the URL and going live, so you can do this while it's still local, you can just like make the screen smaller, right, to like phone size. And then you can just scroll down. Like this is what it would look like on a mobile phone. Looks like there is some kind of issue right there. But I just moved it and it went away, so I guess it's okay. It moved up now. It's like a weird box that's covering stuff up. Yeah, that's weird. So I'm going to check it. Oh, I think it's just because it's loading. Yeah. Just loading to the changes. Exactly, that's what it was doing. Okay, that makes sense. So yeah, that looks good for like mobile. It's all stacked right, I feel like, for what I wanted. And now we got a full system audit prompt. Going to be able to see what Claude Code will do when you audit what you're making. So I'm going to tell Claude to look at the actual code structure, performance, and logic to find hidden gotchas. I'm going to do a code health check, edge case handling, performance and SEO, UX refinement, and then it's telling after that provide a teacher's report card in the terminal summary, listing 3 improvements and 3 strengths. Awesome. So I'll be right back while Claude is working. Make sure that, yo. All right. So I'm going to get into another teaching talking about higher faculties. And this is from the man Bob Proctor. That's who I learned this from. Giving credit to the OGs who came before me. So humans have 6 intellectual faculties: imagination, intuition, will, memory, reason, and perception. That's what separates us from animals to allow us to override conditioning and create deliberately. So yeah, be deliberate when you're creating. Don't let the AI condition you into making something that, you know, the AI thinks is better, but you don't. All right, so I'm just reading this report card real quick. It's got clean architecture, no prop drilling, data flows 1 level to each card. Components are self-contained, testable, and well separated. Clean bundle, 0 bloat. Black-Scholes is hand-rolled. That's the mathematics to figure out the options stuff. No heavy math libs. Lightweight chart is the right pick for charting. That's right, I took the chart out, so that should be like extra code that I don't need. Solid SVG geometry. The gauge needles are mathematically proven safe at all extremes. Magic number duplication. The strike number and the risk-free number are copy-pasted to all 4 card files. Okay, yeah, everything's linked together right. safety guard in case like volatility reaches 0. Metadata typo and SEO gaps says option gauge, but the page heading says option gauge. Oh, they spelled it differently. Caught that where like the same word was spelled differently. And then it's asking if they want me to fix all these. So I'm going to copy and paste this into Gemini and have it create a prompt. I could probably just say, yeah, fix these, but I also want Gemini to explain this to me like more simple. More simply simplified. Right. So solid code review. The 3 fixes suggested at the end are smart priorities. Would you like me to help implement them? Yeah, I'm going to have you write a prompt. And it's just basically summarizing what they're saying. And I feel like I understand everything it was saying, even with the summary. Wait, I thought, okay, so it had it wrong from the start, because I thought gauge was spelled G-A-U-G-E. I gotta check that out. Gauge definition. A measurement according to some standard or system. The distance between something. What is just gauge? Measurement. That's weird. I'm getting the same definition for the different spellings. A gauge is an instrument for measuring, like the gas gauge in your car. Yeah, G-A-G-E. So they spelled it wrong. Yeah, I had it right with the right spelling, and then they messed it up and spelled it wrong in the title. Okay. But on the prompt, it's saying to change it to G-A-U-G-E. Okay, I gotta make sure that's right. All right, I'm looking at this prompt and everything looks good except I'm not sure about one thing. The spelling of gauge. Is the correct spelling for this context G-A-U-G-E or is it G-A-G-E? Yeah, I wrote down G-A-G-E for the title originally. The short answer is gauge. G-A-U-G-E is the standard correct spelling for a measuring instrument. The other spelling, G-A-G-E, is technically an older, archaic variant. Weird. It's like the same thing, but it's like... That's super weird. Anyway. I labeled the file gauge and everything. Wrong spelling. No. It says I should almost certainly use gauge. Okay, so that prompt was right. Okay, I'm going to put in the main prompt to make the changes that Claude suggested, and then I'm going to just make sure that gauge is spelled right. Oh, says they already completed the audit. That was the audit for so. There we go. So I'm just fixing this one first. So I'm doing just a prompt to make the spelling right. Man, sometimes the English language is like super unnecessarily confusing. Remember having a conversation about like all some random. I was eating breakfast at this restaurant and like the waitress just started like, I don't remember what we were talking about, but it led into a conversation about like the different meanings of winch. And I was like, yeah, that is weird. Like, why would they have like, yeah, I have like a winch on my car to like pull like stumps out of the ground. Like, I think like the spelling was different on that and it was like way different meanings. But here the spelling is different, but the meanings are the same except for like they're saying that gauge, G-A-G-E, can also mean a person's name, but it's the same. Anyways, stupid stuff like this that I'm like glad that I'm almost done. Because like this is the kind of stuff like I like the building. I like the building like the features that are like something that I could like never, you know, it'd be like super hard for me to do on myself without that feature. And like it's like next level and this easy stuff that like still good to catch, but yeah. I just ran the spelling prompt. Now create a prompt to do everything else that was recommended in the audit. Also, it mentions something about like the code for the chart, and we took the chart away. So maybe you should also add something to like take off the code for the chart or find any other like I guess what is called dead code. If you think that is a good idea, then add that onto the prompt. Cleaning out dead code is one of the most satisfying parts of the development. It's like taking the scaffolding down after the building is finished. It makes the whole project lighter, faster, and easier to read. Since we pivoted from a complex chart to our 3 pillars and master gauge design, there's definitely some leftover logic taking up space. Removing this will actually improve the app's loading speed. Awesome. Yeah, just updated the system. Making sure I check it off each step by step, and then put the oh yeah, the API that I used. So if you're tuning in, basically created this option gauge, which is teaching beginners about options trading. I was going through talking about why, like, you know, options trading can be way more profitable. It's more complicated, but we looked at the main complications that were difficult for beginners to understand, and that was the main thing that we addressed in this this app. Built the app, and now I'm doing I did like an audit to find out like what I could do to make it better. Found some like errors that I never would have noticed that that I think were a big deal, and now I'm just having it change those errors. So going back to the app, making sure first that that spelling thing was right. Yeah, everything's looking good. So going back to the code, we basically ripped out the old chart code that we aren't using anymore. When I first started, I thought that it would make sense to have a chart on here, but the chart I think just made it more confusing, but I wouldn't have realized that until it was put in. And we're also hardening the app so it doesn't break if a user types in a fake ticker or sets the time to 0. We're turning this from a cool project into a robust tool that can handle anything a user throws at it. So Gemini is saying one final step I could do is, do I want to do a final walkthrough, see if there's any tiny UI pixels out of place? Yeah, why not? Sure. Yeah, write me a prompt to do that walkthrough. Then I just want to push it to GitHub to save it and check the live, just make sure it's working. And refill my water. Yeah, I did not think, like yesterday I just flowed through it. It was a way easier project for me yesterday, but I didn't think this would take this long, but I love what I'm doing and the time just flew right by. I love creating stuff. I love vibing with the vibe coding and see where it's going and make sure it's always flowing. And yeah, I really didn't run into like I ran into problems. I ran into a lot of problems because I was like doing stuff I'd never done before. But problems I ran into, like I was fixing each problem like on my first try. Like when I first started this challenge, like I would run into like way simpler problems, and I would be like running in circles, like trying to like do the wrong fix. And now I'm getting so much better at fixing these problems and understanding what's going on. And yeah, still so much more to learn, I'm sure, but I'm like I'm very feeling good of like how much I've already learned. And I feel like if I had thought about it from the beginning, I did not think I would be at this level already. Because like this was all I started like not understanding really any of this stuff, and now it's like I'm really flowing and knowing what it's doing for the most part. But that's why I got to keep on upping the stakes each day, making something more difficult, so that I do run into more problems. Make a more difficult app with a difficult problem that I've never solved yet, and then I can do that and make sure I'm getting better and growing and learning more, so that for sure when I get done with this first phase, then the next phase will just be like be able to make so much better things. I don't even know what it's going to be yet, but when I do get there, I'm sure it'll be awesome. I'm sure it'll be better than anything I've built so far, and just not sure what it's going to be yet. But yeah, going back to like, my business background is super important. Like people are talking about a lot of the like research I'm doing, like a lot of people think like coders won't even exist as like an occupation in the future, and it's all just going to be vibe coders and people that like understand this. And the main reason they're saying that is because like coders mostly don't have like a business sense, and from the people who seem to like, you know, be on top of this game right now and be the experts, they're saying like the ones who are really going to excel with this coding skill, vibe coding skill, are people who understand business like I do, like how to like, you know, find a problem, how to find a target market, like understand what their problems are, how to address them, how to solve these problems in a like very straightforward way, and then the marketing to get the product, whatever you create, in front of your target audience. And that's like, I already knew that stuff. Like that was already like the piece. This is like the piece to the puzzle. This vibe coding, like a puzzle I've been working on for a long time. Like been doing business for so long, and now I'm just adding like this piece to it, and it's just like now like this just opened up so many doors, and so many more will be opened up, I'm sure. And well, another thing I understand about business is like trends come and go, and this is still new. Like this is still a new trend, and learning this now is something that's super important. And like doing this the way I'm doing it is like almost every day, and like getting it like, you know, programmed into my mind. That's another thing, is like, you know, people say like if you do something for like, you want to learn a new skill, do it every day for 30 days in a row, and it'll just become like a habit to where it's like down. And yeah, that's what I'm doing, making this skill like concrete in my mind. And I see how important it is to learn this right now, because I'm just trying to stay 10 steps ahead of like everything else. And there's so much more potential here that I could do. Like I'm seeing like, you know, so many more ways to like monetize this than I originally thought when I started it. So I would say Claude wants me to rate it, and I'm gonna give it a 3 for good. Yeah, thanks Claude for like getting better every time, it feels like. All right, so I gotta push this to GitHub. I'll check the make sure it's still working. Yep, it refreshed right. It's looking good. All right. Oh, I wonder if yeah, I'm gonna get a copy and paste this summary, or copy and paste this into Gemini to get a summary. Typography alignment, new user entry point. Search input now is autofocus, so the cursor is ready to type on first load. Slide hover states, added CSS filter. Okay, I'm going to give the the report card. I know I have live data, securely fetching from FinHub via server-side route, persistent memory. The app remembers your last ticker and settings. Educational depth. The education station and the teacher's take provide actual value beyond just numbers. Clean code, no dead chart libraries or gauge typos. Analytics, ready to track your first real users. Final launch steps. Since your GitHub is clean and updated, here's how you cross the finish line. I already did the Vercel thing. All right, we did it. The audit is complete. The needles are smooth, the security is tight, and the teacher is ready to educate. We're officially live. I'm going to drop a link in the description for tomorrow, and then you can go ahead and search your favorite stock, slide the Greeks around, see if you can find a winning trade scenario. Should do a README file. That's what it's recommending. Why not? It only takes like a minute. Yes, create the prompt for the README file, And if you can also have it push it to GitHub in the same prompt, that would be awesome. This will be interesting to see if we can do that at the same time, because I need to still push it to GitHub anyway. Create the README, final code cleanup, and final git push. Here we go. It's gonna be the last prompt, I think. And I gotta go to sleep. I was thinking I'd be done like 2 hours ago, but hey, it's cool because I made something awesome and the time flew by. I feel like I didn't even have to try, it just flowed the whole way, so. Yeah. The options simulator with a teacher's soul. No, it's still just technology. Makes me like, when AI tries to like act human, I'm like, no, like don't do that. Like you're a computer. That's one of the reasons I prefer talking to Gemini than Claude LLM. Claude LLM will like say weird stuff like how are you doing today? And I'll just be like, yeah, okay. And then I'll start like asking it what I want to ask it, and then it'll come back and like be like, why didn't you ask me how I was doing? And I'm just like, because you're a computer. Like I don't know what you think, but it's AI, and I run AI. AI doesn't run I. So yeah, I want to push it to GitHub. Then all I got to do is check to make sure that the folder is updated and show that folders in GitHub show that it was just pushed now. All right. Repository is fully synced. Here's what was pushed. The new files, the deleted dead code, modified 15 files. Repository is 100% up to date. Let me see, make sure. Yes, it is. It's saying now. That's awesome. Feeling good about what I made. Sky's the limit. It's only going to get bigger and better from here. So yeah, I think that's it for that. I'm gonna call it. I would have to say, big up everybody, respect everybody that's in the audience. Hopefully you're learning. Hopefully you're getting a lot of value. And you know, any questions, go ahead. Go check out the apps I've already got. I've got the link to all the apps I've made so far, all the finance apps in the description on YouTube. And yeah, feeling good about this and where it's going, and everything's flowing, and I'm knowing that the future is going to be great. So yeah, I just can't wait. But it's all good. That's life. It's all about the process. I'm not trying to get to the goal too quick. It's all about the journey. So you know, so much ways to get knowledge and info off here. I mean, you're getting an education on vibe coding, getting an education on investing, and also like abundance mindset stuff, and also even business and business systems. So yeah, so much to learn on here. Putting it all together, making the cheddar, any type of weather.